Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Two kingdoms. Thailand, a rich, luxuriant country, prosperous and promising. Saudi Arabia, modern and authentic, offering endless opportunities. Imagine dynamizing our common ambitions. Today, it has come true. We both have deep historical cultures, opulent touristic destinations, we both safeguard our environments while building happy and flourishing nations with the same inspiring wishes for better tomorrows.
Good morning, Your Highness, Your Excellencies, dear guests. I am Fatma Fahad, and it is a great honor for me to welcome you all on behalf of the Ministry of Investment. I welcome all members of the Thai delegation and all guests attending here today, of course. Before we get into the proceedings of the event, I would like to take your attention for a moment, dear guests, and divert it to the QR code that's about to appear in front of you on the screen. There you go. Please go ahead and scan it. This QR code is going to take you to an application that supports the event today. It'll make your life easier, trust me. This application has the agenda for today. You will be able to network, communicate, and chat even with each other on it. On it also will be presentations that supports topics that are going to be discussed today as well. Life made easier, see? That being said, let's get into the proceeding of our event. In today's forum, we will explore together business and investment opportunities both the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Thailand has to offer one another. We will shed light at the exciting progress we have seen and witnessed between the two nations. And we will also be looking at the prospering and blooming future in the bilateral relationship between the two countries. So stay tuned for all the promising opportunities and ways to flourish it even more. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming the Minister of Investment, His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh. The floor is yours.
Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala Rasulullah. Your Highness, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Don Pramodwinai of the Kingdom of Thailand, Excellencies, members of the high-level Thai delegation, ladies and gentlemen from the Saudi and Thai business communities, dear friends, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, wa as'adallahu sabahakum jami'an. Your Excellency and delegation, welcome to Saudi Arabia. And so soon, following the historic visit of His Excellency Prime Minister General Prayuth Chan-o-cha to our country on 25th of January this year, and the agreement outlined by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz and His Excellency the Prime Minister to open a new chapter in our important partnership. The opening of this new chapter coincides with the 65th anniversary of diplomatic relations between the two kingdoms. Committed to strengthening and enhancing our economic and trade relations, our leadership of both nations agreed earlier during those historic meetings to establish a clear roadmap for the way forward. And this visit by such a high-level delegation gives us all the opportunity to deliver on that commitment as officials of private and public sectors. Not only is today's forum the very first Saudi-Thai investment forum we could find on record, but Your Excellency, with your delegation, you constitute the largest joint public sector and business Thai delegation to ever visit the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So indeed, thank you for being here and a very warm welcome once again. The Saudi-Thai partnership holds a lot of promise, and you are visiting at an especially opportune time as the implementation of Vision 2030 takes on added momentum. We're witnessing the most comprehensive economic reform package in Saudi history. Vision 2030 was launched 6 years ago, and last year, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince unveiled a number of bold, ambitious new initiatives, and tying some of them together was the Kingdom's investment strategy, which His Royal Highness announced last year. He announced that Saudi Arabia will spend more in the coming decade than we have done in the last 300 years combined. And I'll give you some numbers to illustrate this. The National Investment Strategy will triple investment volume by 2030 from an already high level today. And it will increase our FDI flows into the country 20-folds from the levels they're at today. As the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia aims to become one of the world's top 15 economies by 2030, private sector investment opportunities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will amount to more than 3.2 trillion Saudi riyals. This is cumulative until the end of this decade. This, of course, translates into enormous opportunities across a range of areas where cooperation between Thai and Saudi business establishment is ripe and ready, as we will talk about today. Allow me in this context to also recognize your own ambitious Thailand 4.0 plan, which allows the country to jump onto a new S-curve of development and growth by building on an innovative value-based industry and also building on Thailand's policy of bio-circular green economy. These initiatives, amongst other development and growth opportunities in Thailand, resonate clearly and compellingly with the Kingdom's own ambitions and the Kingdom's private sector, which is present with us in force today, as you have seen. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Saudi-Thai roadmap, which has been developed since the visit late January, provides an opportunity to renew and deepen our bonds across the key areas identified in this joint roadmap, including tourism, energy, healthcare, industry, and manufacturing. Of course, as in any important relationship, people to people and human capital connections are central to this key partnership between our two countries. Allow me now to turn to a few specific sectors that I think are particularly worth taking a closer look at by the participants during today's investment forum. I don't have to tell you how crucial tourism is to Thailand, as it accounted for over 16% of your GDP and almost a fifth, 20% of all jobs before the pandemic. What is perhaps less well known is Saudi Arabia's ambitions in this sector, where our goal is to increase the number of visitors per year from today's less than 20 million visitors per year to 100 million by 2030. And we could certainly learn a lot from the success you have achieved in Thailand, as well as open opportunities for leading Thai companies to participate in the growth in hospitality, tourism, and other related activities that have started to be built here in Saudi Arabia and will grow at an exponential rate. And I'm glad that actually later on, in a few minutes, we will be recognizing some deals that have been achieved in the short period since January. One of them will be here at the Diriyah Gate mega project that you will hear about today. Shifting to another sector, the automotive sector in Thailand is impressive, representing the world's 11th largest car manufacturing market and Asia's 4th largest assembly and export hub for a range of global players as well as Thai companies. There are 850,000 employees participating in this industry in Thailand, and it contributes to an impressive 10% of your large GDP. On the other hand, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the largest market in the world today without a sizable auto industry and an assembly plant, although that will change very soon. In fact, this week, in a couple of days, in the King Abdullah Economic City, we will be breaking ground on the Kingdom's first mega-scale assembly plant for electric vehicles, with Lucid announcing their manufacturing plant there. And by 2025, the Kingdom will not only be manufacturing the world's top sport electric vehicles here in the Kingdom, but we will be exporting it, and I'm sure we could participate in your market at that time. Therefore, the automotive sector seems like an obvious opportunity for both our countries, especially given Thailand's bold plans for electric vehicles, including charging stations and battery production. And we would love to work with you to identify and incentivize strong contenders from Thailand to establish a presence in Saudi Arabia, either in assembly or in supply chain of this sector. Shifting to another initiative, the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, launched in 2019, aims to transform the kingdom into a leading industrial power and logistics hub by maximizing the value of energy, mining, industry, and logistics sectors as engines of sustainable growth and addressing international exports of key value chain. A new initiative of ours, which is a global value chain attraction program, serves to incentivize companies across sectors such as metals, pharma, batteries, aviation, by leveraging the kingdom's competitiveness, which includes our low-cost energy, strategic geographic connection to high-demand markets, and the availability of skilled labor and raw materials such as petrochemicals, aluminum, and other key metals. With regards to energy, in addition to oil, which everybody of course knows us for, Saudi Arabia has taken an active role in the energy transition to ensure the kingdom secures global leadership also in green energy. We have adopted the concept of the circular carbon economy during our presidency of the G20 and announced our commitment to achieving net zero late last year. We will also increase renewables in our energy mix to 50% by 2030, which makes sense when you look at Saudi Arabia's unlimited solar energy potential and our large wind energy potential, where our country ranks amongst the highest in the world. And we're building our first green hydrogen plant, the world's largest, with investments worth close to $5 billion, which will produce 650,000 tons of green hydrogen daily by 2025. Moreover, under the patronage of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, we have embarked on the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiatives, which, among many other goals, will see us plant over 10 billion trees across Saudi Arabia, as well as 40 billion across the Middle East to protect marine areas and reduce methane gas emissions. In this context, we welcome Thailand's ambitious targets laid out in your National Energy Plan 2022 and confirmed by His Excellency, the Prime Minister Parayot, to achieve full carbon neutrality by 2050. We also follow with particular interest your Sirindorn Dam's progress as it can generate electricity from both solar power during the day and hydropower during the night. The last sector I will talk about is healthcare, and it comes, of course, at a very opportune time after the pandemic. And it's an area whose vital importance became so obvious to all of us here in the kingdom, in Thailand, and around the world. Thailand is already the second largest market in the region and the world's fifth largest medical tourism market, and is well supported by the vibrant local medical devices and drug production subsectors. Yet, you have even bigger ambitions. And for our part, we're working to transform Saudi Arabia into a global hub for healthcare and life sciences. Your Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the role of the private sector is critically important both in terms of realizing investment opportunities and strengthening our relations in addition to growing the economies of both kingdoms. I know that I can count on your support and active involvement, and I'm glad that today's investment forum will offer us a chance to further discuss and explore concrete ideas and the next step in this journey along the roadmap we have outlined together. Let me conclude by reciting a Thai saying that translates something close to this. It says, when the water rises, hurry and fill your scoop. Well, today, let me tell you, there is a flood of growth and economic development here in Saudi Arabia. And I want to encourage you all to seize the unparalleled opportunities available to Thai companies and investors in Saudi Arabia right now. So I am very happy that indeed you have done just that in the last few weeks since we've established our relationship, and that we will indeed be signing a few agreements to demonstrate that everybody from both sides of the private sector is ready with their scoop, ready to be filled from the abundant opportunities that are available in both countries. So let me conclude by once again welcoming you, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister, your high-level delegation from the public sector, but really, just as importantly, if not more, from the Thai private sector who are present here in force. And thank also my friends and counterparts from the Saudi government and the Saudi private sector who have responded to our invitation today and have come here. As you see, it's a standing room only presence. We had to turn away a lot of registrants who wanted to attend the forum because there is no space to accommodate them, and it's not safe to have more people present than we've been able to accommodate. But you're here with us for a few days. It's not just about the forum. I would like everybody to know that the delegation will be here for 3 more days. They will be visiting Al Ula, Jeddah, King Abdullah Economic City, KAUST, as well as a number of side trips. And they've already told us yesterday that this is simply the beginning of many trips of delegation. In fact, there is a separate delegation that has been in Jeddah the last 2 days on tourism, working with Sira, and they will announce their agreements today with Sira and with Saudi Airlines. So the flow of activities supporting the roadmap that has been established and the vision established by the leadership in January is already flowing, and I'm sure it's going to only increase, and I'm sure, Your Excellency, you will be seeing many of the Saudi delegates visiting you in Thailand, and I hopefully will be able to also return the courtesy of the visit and bring a Saudi delegation to build on what is happening this week. Once again, welcome. Thank you for being here. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your active participation.
Thank you, Your Excellency. A flood of opportunities indeed, ladies and gentlemen. I must thank you, Your Excellency, for your kind and warm greetings and welcome to our Thai delegation and all guests here today. And I want to thank you also for highlighting the numbers and opportunities of areas of all the prospering future opportunities in the capital of the future, Riyadh, and all cities around the kingdom. So thank you, Your Excellency. Now, without further ado, I would like to welcome on stage His Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Don Paramadwinai. Welcome.
Now I have a problem. How could I scoop the flood of growth and economic development that you offer? That's going to be a big problem for all private sectors from Thailand as well here. In international relations and in the community of nations, there's a simple rule. All nations are equal. And that transpired into a one country, one vote in the United Nations. But why? Why some countries accomplish far greater than others? Because their leaders had a vision, a desire, and took action. We have noted this very clearly in Saudi Arabia, and therefore we follow suit. Since the 25th of January, when the glory of our relations have been re-established with the visit of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha, the time frame was set for a roadmap to be completed within 2 quarters of this year. The 2 Ministers of Foreign Affairs have been entrusted to do the job. Now today, the 26th of May, only 4 months away from the 25th of January, we have come very close to getting it all done. The wrapping up of the roadmap is within reach. I believe that speaks volume as to what kind of action that we have been taken together. And do I need to say more to you all that action is required from everyone who are in attendance of this conference? Yes, of course, I need to say more. Your Excellency, Your Highness, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency, Mr. Khalid Abdulaziz Al Faleh, Minister of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Mr. Al-Jilan bin Abdulaziz Al Ajlan, the Chairman of the Federation of Saudi Chambers, Mr. Sanan Angupongkun, Chairman of the Board of Trade of Thailand, and Soba Algre. Certainly, I couldn't do without extending my distinction and appreciation to the Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia, or MISA, for hosting this Thailand Investment Forum today. The unique significance of this forum is the fact that it represents the first step towards unlocking the untapped collaborative economic potentials between Thailand and Saudi Arabia. Our visit marks the first time in 32 years that the prime movers of our private companies and the government from our 2 kingdoms come together to discuss our collaborative investment and economic prospects for the normalization of our diplomatic relations on the 25th of January. And most importantly, it's being carried out under the agreed framework of our shared vision and a set of objectives that would serve our 2 kingdoms' common interests and development goals. Over the past 3 decades, Thailand's industry have developed and matured from labor-intensive manufacturing to automation to value-added goods, as well as robust service industries. The Thailand 4.0 National Development Goal calls for further strengthening of our digital economy, green and sustainable investments in megatrends that provide solutions to climate change, resource scarcity, technological breakthroughs, and shifts in demographic and social landscape. Our new economy model for sustainable development is a whole of approach of biocircular and green innovative economy. At the core of this approach is the need for the optimal balance in our development efforts to make them viable and uplifting for our people, and that our growth can be sustained while being environmentally responsible. The Saudi Vision of 2030 is based on the three enshrined pillars of development: a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious forward-looking nation. Certainly, we appreciate the 300 times of growth combined of the history of Saudi Arabia in this respect. It sets out a clear direction of where the kingdom is heading as a proud, prosperous, and hopeful nation. If we can combine both our two kingdoms' fundamental development goals and objectives, then our joint economic and investment collaboration henceforth shall prove worthy of our why and bode well for our promising future together. Like Saudi Arabia, Thailand has set up an ambitious goal to transform our economy into the 21st century. Our Eastern Economic Corridor, or EEC in short, is an area-based special economic zone in the three eastern provinces of Thailand. And once completed, the integrated infrastructure development projects in the EEC will further strengthen our regional connectivity, and it can further strengthen Saudi Arabia's engagement in the emerging markets of Southeast Asia and beyond. Excellency, distinguished guests, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown that digital transformation is key to economic recovery. A Thai government aims to become an e-government to facilitate the digital economy, which accounted for 11.2 or 11.26% of Thai GDP in 2019, and over 80% of the country's population now has access to high-speed internet, and Thailand has the highest robot intensity and the highest number of industrial robots in ASEAN. And Thailand also has world-class internet facilities, ranked fourth out of 107 countries in terms of the broadband internet speed. We have set a goal for digital business to make up 30% of our GDP by 2030. The pandemic and the current geopolitical tensions have brought about unprecedented disruptions and global challenges in rising inflation, increased energy crisis on prices, food insecurity, and supply chain disruptions. They are the challenges we must address and overcome as we embark on our journey for the future and turn these challenges into triumph for both our kingdoms. Joining me here today are representatives from 38 leading Thai companies in 14 sectors, who are the key drivers of our trade and investment relations. They are keen on looking into two-way collaborative and synergized investment opportunities in tourism, services industries, such as anti-aging, healthcare and hospitality, clean energy generation, construction materials, supply chain complementarities, food supplies, digitalization, to name a few. They come with full appreciation of your focus on investment areas such as blue hydrogen, clean energy, and energy security, new exploration and production, and communication and rising mixed, augmented, and immersive digital innovation as esports. During the panel, session, they will walk with you through our potential opportunities and what we can achieve together as our two governments are working on mutual investment protection measures. Excellency, distinguished guests, the Saudi-Thai Investment Forum today reflects a joint commitment between our two governments and the engines of growth from our two countries of the two kingdoms to work together in driving our economic growth in the years to come. I wish to thank the government of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia not only for making this forum a reality, but as importantly, meaningful and potentially consequential. I would like to congratulate our private sector on that joint fruitful endeavor represented by the MOU between the Thai and Saudi Chambers of Commerce and the MOUs between MISA and the Thai private companies. This will surely pave the way for further cooperation and exchange of visits. I wish you all a very productive discussion today. As Excellency Khalid Abdul Nasir Al Faleh, Minister of Investment of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, said yesterday, we have a good agenda for today that should usher us onto the new plateau of cooperation and make up our lost time. Underpinning our collaboration is the enormous goodwill between the peoples and the governments. There is a saying, nothing to do with the flood this time, but a saying that if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. And indeed, together we can go gratifyingly higher and better, and for which we can ultimately proudly say, the rest is history. Thank you very much. Thank you. May peace be upon all you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your warm opening remarks. The rest is indeed history. I believe the chairman of Saudi Federation of Chamber, Mr. Ajlan Al-Ajlan, has something to tell us, and we would love to hear it. Mr. Al-Ajlan, the stage is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Your Excellency Mr. Don Pramod Duinai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand, Your Excellency Engineer Khalid Al Faleh, the Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency Mr. Sinan Angu Bolokol, the Chairman of the Board of Trade of Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Federation of Saudi Chambers and the Saudi business community, it is my great pleasure to have the opportunity to welcome our Thai friends to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to this forum, wishing you a pleasant and productive visit. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as you may know, Saudi Arabia economy is currently going through a comprehensive transformation due to the Vision 2030. The Saudi Vision 2030 is based on three main themes: a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and ambitious nation. It is because of this ambitious vision, not only was economy able to withstand the economic shock of COVID-19, but to continue growth under such circumstances. According to the official data, Saudi Arabia real GDP registered the highest growth rate within the past 10 years. During the first quarter of 2022, as it grew by 9.6% compared to the first quarter of 2021, with the increase of non-oil activities by 3.7%, oil activities by 20.4%, and government services activity by 2.4%. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, in 2021, trade volume between Saudi Arabia and Thailand reached 26.9 billion Saudi riyal, with an increase of 29% compared to the previous year, and an average of 26.2 billion Saudi riyal during 2017 until 2021. We believe, however, that the total trade volume can be further increased, given with the economic capabilities and opportunity that exist in both countries. Increasing our mutual economic activities and partnership will enable both countries to benefit from this transformation and growth that the Saudi economy witness, especially in sectors that are in alignment with Vision 2030. We emphasize on exploring the numerous opportunities that are offered by the Kingdom's economy and the various projects, programs, and initiatives that were launched within the last few years, such as NEOM, Qiddiya, Red Sea project, and the line, as well as many others. It is through the signing today of the MOU between the Federation of the Saudi Chambers and the Thailand Board of Trade that we will work together with our new partner to assist business from both countries to access the potential opportunity and facilitate trade with the support of our governments. In conclusion, I thank you again and wish you all fruitful and productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Ajlan, for all the information you provided. Dear guests, join me in welcoming on stage Chairman of the Board of Trade of Thailand, Mr. Sanan Anubongkun. Please, welcome on stage.
Your Highness, Prince Faisal bin Farhan, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Excellency Mr. Khalid Al-Falih, Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency Mr. Don Paramatvinai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister Foreign Affairs, Mr. Alan Al-Alan, Chairman of the Federation of Saudi Chamber, distinguished delegates and Thai colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As the representative of the Thai business delegation who has had the privilege of accompanying His Excellency Mr. Don Paramatvinai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand, on his visit to your esteemed country. We wanted to let you know how deeply impressed we have been by the friendly hospitality that has been extended to us since our arrival. We feel it a privilege to be here at this historic restoration of diplomatic ties between Saudi Arabia and Thailand. We have fully confident that from here on, our ties of cooperation and friendship will be firmly established and strengthened. You can rest assured that we will do our best to promote mutually beneficial trade relations. In addition, it is our hope that we will be able to offer strategic partnership for many years to come, and especially since Thailand is located in the heart of ASEAN and is considered by many as an entry point to the ASEAN market. In addition, its scenic attraction contributed to a thriving tourist industry before the pandemic, and we know we will revive in the near future. Therefore, this forum is indeed timely and essential in achieving bilateral collaboration with the private sector of Saudi Arabia. It is our delegation's hope that we will be able to discuss and exchange ideas on how to firmly establish and broaden trade, investment, and the overall economic relations between our countries. The Thai Chamber of Commerce and the Board of Trade of Thailand are the leading organization for business in Thailand and plays a significant role in our nation's economic and social development. The 60 members of our team represent many main business industries such as food and beverage, construction, telecommunication, tourism, medical service, chemical production, automobile, energy production, and gems and jewelry. Excellency and distinguished guests, the investment forum today is a very important key in helping us reach our full potential as economic partners. And the issue we will be discussing here are critical to our success. I'm confident that this forum will result in solid and sustainable accomplishment and valuable partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. An Obunkun, for your kind words. So I would like to thank Your Excellencies for your opening remarks, and gentlemen as well. That being said, we have come to the conclusion of our opening remarks and would like to move on into our next segment for this evening, which will be the Memorandum of Understanding ceremony and exchanging of the MOUs. And for that, I would like to kindly ask again Your Excellency, the Minister of Investment, Khalid Al-Faleh, to join me on stage, please, for the exchange. And I would like to also ask His Royal Highness, Prince Faisal bin Farhan, please to join us also on stage. I would like to again also ask His Excellency, Don Paramadwinai, to join us on stage as well. Your Royal Highness, and Your Excellencies, please remain on stage with us for the remainder of the ceremony. Now, to begin with, the first MOU for this evening is between the Saudi Chamber and Board of Trade of Thailand. So please welcome on stage Mr. Ajlan Al Ajlan, Chairman of Saudi Federation of Chamber, and Mr. Sana Angogumbul, Chairman of Board of Thailand Trade. This particular MOU, ladies and gentlemen, aims to explore the investment opportunities in the private sector. Thank you, Mr. Ajlan Al Ajlan, and Mr. An Ubun Kun. You may leave this stage. The second MOU for this evening will be between the Ministry of Investment and Gulf Energy Development Public Company Limited. So welcome on stage Mr. Faisal Hamza, Deputy of Investment Development, and Mr. Marty Sintha Van Rung, VP of Gulf Energy Development Public Company Limited. The MOU, ladies and gentlemen, aims to evaluate and explore the investment opportunities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the field of petrochemicals industries. Thank you, Mr. Marty. You may kindly leave the stage. And Mr. Hamza, thank you for joining us. You may kindly leave the stage. Yes. Please. The next MOU will be between the Diriyah Gate Development Authority and Minor Group. So please welcome on stage Mr. Amir Goldberry, Senior Vice President of Minor, and Mr. Jerry Enzerello, CEO of the Diriyah Gate Development Authority. The MOU in this field of tourism and aims to operate one or more hotels in the Diriyah region. Thank you, dear gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. You may kindly leave the stage. The next MOU for this evening is again between the Ministry of Investment and Endorama Ventures. Please welcome on stage Mr. Anuj Luhai, CEO of Endorama Ventures, who will exchange the MOU with Mr. Faisal Hamza, Deputy of Investment Development. This MOU aims to explore petrochemical and conversion opportunities such as polymers, fiber, surfactants, and others, of course. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Hamza, if you would kindly remain on stage with us for the next MOU, which is between also the Ministry of Investment and CCGI Middle and Duzet International. Please welcome on stage Mr. Abu Bakr Hijazi, Owner and General Manager, Ms. Laiyad Kouawi Sarat, Chief Investment Officer, to join Mr. Faisal Hamza, Deputy of Investment Development, and thank you. The MOU is in the field of tourism, which also aims to increase FDI. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Faisal Hamza, Ms. Laiyad, and Mr. Abu Bakr Hijazi. You may kindly leave the stage. Thank you. Please. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, for joining us this evening. Thank you very much. With all the MOUs exchanged, dear guests, we come to the conclusion of the ceremony of exchange. However, this certainly does not conclude our evening, nor does it conclude the partnership opportunities and wide investment opportunities Saudi has to offer to the world. So, Mr. Fahad Al-Hashim, from the Ministry of Investment, will showcase the investment opportunities of our dear kingdom and what it has to offer, and all the ambitious plans throughout a presentation titled Invest Saudi, the Kingdom of Opportunities. While Mr. Fahad Al-Hashim will present these opportunities, and we will definitely hear and listen to what he has to showcase for us, we will then have another presentation titled Invest Thailand. We will then showcase the investment opportunities within Thailand and what Thailand has to offer also to the world, but more specifically to Saudi Arabia, since we are in the Invest Saudi Thai forum. We will also showcase a short video played right before the Invest Thai presentation. So please give us a moment to have Mr. Fahad Al-Hashim join us briefly. Oh, he's ready, sure. Please, Mr. Fahad. هذا الكليكر الله يعافيك.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's a privilege and an honor to be here today for the first of its kind Saudi-Thai Investment Forum. And we will be taking you today through a quick story that outlines the transformation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the ambitions of the kingdom going forward, and tactically where you can seek to invest and partner with the kingdom in its ongoing journey. Now, to really understand the current positioning of the kingdom, you have to look back at this journey and what was the catalyst for the current transformation of the Saudi economy, which was in 2016 when the government moved away from 5-year plans to develop a comprehensive, full reform plan that cascades down to executive actions, which was launched by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The Vision 2030 program lays out the framework of the development of the future of the kingdom. Now, it is structured under 3 main pillars, which is a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. And as you can see, underneath each of these pillars, we have set specific objectives and targets that we seek to achieve to keep us in check and keep us directed towards our goals. So from private sector contribution to the economy, women's participation in the workforce, and even the number of volunteers in the society, all of aspects of the kingdom's society, economy, and financial power as well are being reformed and directed towards the future. Now, these targets were set in 2016. Last year in 2021, we celebrated 5 years of the launch of the vision. And if you allow me, I would like to share some of the progress that has been done in these last 5 years. If you look, for example, at the private sector contribution, a growth of over 11%. If you look at even home ownership, one of the most important social investments that the kingdom has undertaken, we have managed to raise it from 47% to 60%. And in some targets, like women's participation in the workforce, we have managed to overachieve our targets 5 years ahead of time, which allows us to really go ahead and raise the bar and raise the ambitions and continue to develop and improve every aspect of the kingdom's offerings to the world. Even the number of volunteers, we started at 11,000 annually in 2016. We are currently almost at 500,000 of that, with the target of 1 million in 2030. Now, the Vision 2030 program laid out the blueprint, but further action had to be taken. Last year, the Ministry of Investment launched the National Investment Strategy to really reevaluate and push the investment climate, the investment ecosystem towards the achievement of the ambitions of the kingdom. The National Investment Strategy lays out 4 main pillars. One is investment opportunities, investors, funding, and competitiveness and enablers. Underneath each of these pillars, there are executive programs that seek, for example, to improve and unlock key opportunities, whether through value chain unlock, supercharging the privatization program, and as well as ensuring there is clear and defined governance in access to investment opportunities. In investors, we also seek to provide equal footing and standing to local and international investors to really raise the ecosystem and the access to opportunities to equal levels between our international partners and locals. In fundings, we are seeking to remove financial barriers to investments. Also, opening up the market to new innovative financial instruments and funding instruments as well, to allow the continuation and growth of capital formation in the kingdom. The most important pillar is competitiveness and enablers. We always seek to ensure all legislation are good and supportive to investment growth, and also positions the kingdom as one of the most attractive destinations of investment in terms of ease of doing business and access to opportunities. Having strong opportunities is not enough. If the investor journey is not as smooth and world-class by definition, we will not have succeeded in our journey. Now, the National Investment Strategy has set out key ambitious targets. We're looking at 12 trillion Saudi riyals, which is around 3.2 trillion US dollars. Now, this is going to be in gross fixed capital formation. To achieve this target, we are seeking strong growth from both domestic investment and international investments. So we are seeking to increase the investment volume 3 times, increasing domestic investment volume 2 times, and increasing FDI by 20 folds to hit this target. Of course, these investments will be also diversified between public sector, public and private partnership, and also pure private sector investments, as well as foreign direct investments. Now, these are our strategies, our ambitions and targets. But we want to tell you, why is the kingdom an attractive destination, and why is our businesses choosing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? Now, economically, if you look at all indicators, the kingdom is performing extremely well and continue to grow from strength to more strength. We are the first in population growth rate in the next 5 years, ensuring that we have a healthy supply of talent that businesses can grow with. We have the second lowest debt to GDP ratio amongst the G20, highlighting the healthy financial ecosystem of the kingdom. And we have an expected GDP growth of in 2022 of 7.6%, which overachieves or overperforms many of other competing economy. It is also worth noting that the kingdom, amongst all international shocks, has always steered away from contraction and always remained either at its worst in a slowdown and continues to go towards growth in all international situations. So, additionally, not just in economics, the kingdom is also blessed to have a strategic location, being 4 hours away from the 50 fastest growing markets, 6 hours away and 40% of the world's GDP, and 7 hours away of 80% of the world's population. Truly a place to set up if not only you want to access the local market, but use it as a baseline and a platform to access as many markets as possible from this region. This is also supported by an integrated logistics network. We have currently over almost 6,000 kilometers of railway with an additional 4,000 to be added, and we have over 28 airports, 10 ports, and over 232,000 kilometers of roads. These support over 40 industrial zones. It's worth noting that 13% of all global trade passes through the Red Sea. Now, not just in logistics, the kingdom has invested very well. But if you look at the digital economy and the digital infrastructure, the kingdom outranks many of its peers, whether it's in the G20 or in the region. If you look at internet usage penetration, the kingdom is at 96%, surpassing the global average of 53% by miles. If you look at 5G deployments, we are top 3 in the world. If you're looking at also spectrum allocation, which was the catalyst to also transform the digital infrastructure of the kingdom, we are second amongst the G20. More than 3.5 million homes have been connected to fiber optics. Even we have already licensed 2 local digital banks and 5 companies already licensed in the financial tech industry as well, with continuous efforts to keep going and increase the offerings in the market. Now, away from technology, the kingdom is also committed to the environment. With the Saudi Green Initiative, the kingdom has set its commitment by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that it will reach net zero emissions by 2050. And also as part of the initiative, we're looking to plant 50 billion trees, 10 billion in the kingdom and 40 along the region in partnership with other partnering governments. We are also seeking to restore over 200 million hectares of degraded forests in the region, ensuring that through joint initiative, we execute over 10% of carbon reduction in emissions as well. Now, all of that just to tell you that strategically the kingdom has its eyes on the prize. But that's not the important matter here today. The important matter here today is investments and what is the kingdom is doing in improving and developing investment opportunities for local and international investors. The kingdom is offering game-changing opportunities through 3 main categories. The kingdom has the most ambitious, the largest, comprehensive, and the most attractive privatization program in the region. No matter where you look, no matter what is your appetite, the privatization program will seek to help you achieve some of that growth and these investments through the program. We are also heavily working on localizing value chains, and we have set enablement through a plethora of giga and mega projects across the kingdom. Let's take a look at some of these projects. If you look around the kingdom, we have widespread projects up north, Wa'ad al-Shamal, where the Arabian Shield is and the mining cluster is seeking to be developed. We are also developing mega projects there to unlock and grow this ecosystem. If you look at east, where most of our energy storage is, we are seeking to also lead the future in transformation of energy with projects such as Spark and King Salman Complex for International Complex for Maritime Industries. If you look closely to some of the projects highlighted in this slide, you will see projects highlighted in green. These projects not only are enablers, but will also be either economic cities or dedicated as special economic zones, showcasing commitment from the government to set up the appropriate investment climate to grow specific industries through these sites and projects. As well as looking into the private sector, the Kingdom has key leaders in many industries, with the largest energy company in the world based and positioned in the Kingdom. We also have the fourth largest chemical company in the world. We have also our shining star in the mining industry, which we are now unlocking to investments, Ma'aden, with a $13 billion market capitalization. And in the food industry, we are also leading the region with Al-Mara'i of over $13.2 billion in market capitalization. Now, these offer strong additional investment opportunities away from the public sector. There's strong private players in the Kingdom as well to partner with. Additionally, and one of the main focus of partnership between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Kingdom of Thailand as well is the industrial sector. We have done tremendous work to grow our industries to where we're at today, but our ambitions are still higher, and we will continue to work towards these ambitions. With 1.2 trillion Saudi riyals of targets, a GDP target by the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, with a fund supporting this industry of 100 billion Saudi riyals, currently there is over 10,300 factories and facilities manufacturing and producing in the Kingdom, being served through 40 connected industrial cities. We have also a strong market for industry, with $15 billion in estimated market of machinery and equipment, and $17 billion is the market of the automotive industry in the Kingdom. And we are moving ahead with a 75% localization target of oil and gas. We currently, in the automotive industry, capture the 50% of the GCC share. As His Excellency mentioned initially, we are doing strong, and we are hoping to secure more partnership with Thailand on the automotive industry. We have already laid some work with the announced Lucid deal as well, and more is coming in the way, inshallah. Now, another key important industry for collaboration is tourism. We all know that we look up to Thailand's experience and success in really having tourism as a strong component of its economy. And the Kingdom has ambitions to achieve the same, and has done well so far, and will continue to move ahead with its ambitions. With a targeted 100 million visits, local and international, by 2030, and a contribution of over 10% from tourism to the GDP. Currently, once we launch the tourism visa, it takes you 5 minutes to obtain an e-visa, and you can also obtain it on arrival. As we stand in 2021, we have managed 60 million local and international visits, so we are well on our way to achieve those targets. The tourism capital expenditure targeted by 2030 is $133 billion. So we're not just looking to also capture international tourists, we're also looking to provide the necessary products for our local tourists to consume within the Kingdom. With Saudi tourists in 2021 spending over $21.3 billion, a 30% growth from 2019. Now, apologies for bombarding you with too many numbers, but it is critical to quantify the size of opportunity in the Kingdom for you to really identify where you would like to invest and how would you like to approach it. But what's coming is the most important aspect and the most important success that we have managed in the Kingdom, which is reform. The kingdom has set a clear objective to move away from a state-led development to a private sector-led development, moving away from an oil-driven economy to a productivity-driven economy, growing the services sector's contribution to the GDP, and moving away from reliance, away from oil and gas as the main contributor to the Saudi economy. And to achieve that, there's only one way to start, which is reforms. And thankfully, we have identified over 517 reforms, 77% already implemented. And we have a committee that meets on a weekly basis to continue pushing those reforms through the pipeline, as well as innovative and, I would say, transformative regulations that the kingdom is pushing ahead to set the stage for the upcoming economic growth. What we have done so far has gained the recognition from the World Bank, which ranked the kingdom as the top business climate reformer and improver globally. Some interesting reforms that you might want to look at is what we have done lately. It takes you the investment license approval period, it used to take 3 days, now it takes you 3 hours. The number of documents required to set up a business, to import and export, used to be in double digits. Now we took the digits away and just made it double in terms of 2. That's all you need to import, export, set up your company in the kingdom. It takes you 24 hours to issue a visa. It takes you 24 hours to clear customs. And we have also allowed 100% foreign ownership in many industries, including brokerage, defense, multimedia, and pharmaceutical as well. Really setting the stage for the investment growth. Now, from opportunity, vision, strategy, reforms, how can you take action? And this is what I want to allude before closing. The Ministry of Investment has took the lead to really guide investors on how to access these opportunities and how to grow in the market. Apologies. Now, the Ministry of Investment has developed an online portal called Invest Saudi. It's where you can go to understand industries, look at key market indicators, look and assess detailed and well-studied opportunities, connect with our expert team of over 120 people spread around over 18 sectors that will seek to help you, guide you, develop your business case from the pre-feasibility all the way to the setup. And you can also connect with local investors to partner with. Apologies if I have taken more time than I should. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful day.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are starting sending to the International Airport.
Welcome to Thailand. Here, we can insulate your business and prepare you even better through a well-developed ecosystem that empowers you to adapt to an ever-changing world. As a key player in global supply chains, we can keep your business agile even under extraordinary circumstances and safeguard you from supply shortages. And here, you can tap into our strong and diverse value chain to thrive in advanced industries. Located at the heart of the ASEAN region, Thailand's world-class infrastructure for road, sea, air, and rail. And the development of high-bandwidth submarine cable systems make the country a strategic distribution hub and perfect international headquarters for businesses linking Thailand and the region to the rest of the world. Get connected and get inspired. Thanks to innovation infrastructure that nurtures investments and breakthroughs from research and development to commercialization, helping your leading-edge ideas start, grow, and succeed. Not only that, global talents are drawn to Thailand by the country's friendly working environment, vibrant lifestyle, and high standards of living at a reasonable cost. Complemented by a local talent pool with diverse skills, this competent workforce is easy for business to access. With an eye for a sustainable future, the kingdom builds on its ecological advantages to embrace the circular, green economy, paving the way for green businesses. This is in line with environmental, social, and governance initiatives and a global trend towards renewable energy, eco-friendly packaging, and low-carbon production. On top of a business-friendly environment, Thailand, through the Board of Investment, offers a suite of benefits for companies and assists them with a wide range of facilitation programs. We make it easy to invest now. All these advantages that Thailand offers reassure the security and continuity of businesses even in challenging times. No wonder there are countless reasons to invest in Thailand.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Hashim, and a beautiful video about investing in Thailand as well. So in the extension of that video, please welcome on stage our Thai counterpart to talk more about the investment opportunities Thailand has to offer. So please put your hands together for Mr. Shannon Kauchan.
The executives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank you to my colleague from MISA to organize the event today to have me a chance to present about the investment opportunities in Thailand. Maybe I have a little bit recap on Thailand country for you. Thailand, our country, was located among the big market between China and India. And we are the member of ASEAN country, where is the high growth on economies. And Thailand is in the middle of the mainland of ASEAN country. So integrate together all the markets from ASEAN country in, we call CLMVT, it means Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Myanmar, and Thailand. Together with the southern of China, we have the big market, more than 600 million people that on demand. And Thailand also have a comprehensive free trade agreement with many regions. And the latest one is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, that will make Thailand ready for businessmen to do business in Thailand for this region. So the supply chain from this region will integrate together. That is a good chance for the businessman to enjoy the benefit from this region. And in order to make sure that Thailand could continue to work with our neighboring country, we improve a lot of infrastructure, all kind of transportation in Thailand, that the government set up the budget more than 50 billion US to improve our infrastructure. To do this, the government could not invest by ourselves, we opened the opportunity for the private company, both from Thailand and overseas company, to join us at the public-private partnership on the PPP program. And come to see about the investment climate in Thailand. Thailand investment from the overseas dominated by the Japanese company for a long time. The Japanese company is the number one who invests in Thailand and continue right now, continue with the Chinese company is growing very fast on investment in Thailand. And also our ASEAN country come to invest in Thailand as well. And followed by the EU and American companies. But just last week that the EU and American company is not on the top 4 of the company. I hope in the future I can see Saudi Arabian company on the top 10 of the investor into Thailand. The sector that investors come to invest in Thailand is variety. It's come from the high value added for the service sector, also electronic industry. We are the biggest exporter on the hard disk drive to the world market. And also the metal products and machinery support the investment in Thailand, support the automotive industry in Thailand as well, and we also the processed food industry. Thailand, our background is agriculture country. Recently, we also have many Thai workers, more than 30% of the Thai workforce work in agriculture. So the agriculture is also very important sector in Thailand. So we would like to add value to them. That's why we promote food industry in Thailand. And we name our country as the kitchen of the world. So the world could rely on Thailand to have food. Always have food from Thailand. And chemical industry also another one that investors come to invest in Thailand, especially on petrochemical industry. And I think some of Thai petrochemical industry already have the partnership with the Saudi Arabian company, like to buy the feedstock from Saudi Arabia to Thai petrochemical industry. This is the number of the statistics that how their investment in Thailand. Oh, sorry. Okay. Come to the sector of the opportunity in Thailand. Actually, Thailand set the target industry, have 12 industry at the target industry. We developed from the old industry that we call S-curve industry to the new S-curve industry. That's going to be the new generation of automotive industry, the new smart electronic industry, and also the health half of industry and high value added service industry. We are now already 11 of car maker in the world ranking. We produce the car export to all over more than 130 countries around the world. And this is the engine car, the ICE. So right now, we would like to transform our automotive business to EV industry. So the government sets up the policy that with the 30 policy, it means by 2030, Thailand will produce the zero emission vehicle, about 30% of our production. That means we move to BEV as the trend of the world. We export, as I mentioned, that we export the car to all over the world. And the destination market in many countries already announced that they will ban the engine car. They need only zero emission car. So that's why this is the important policy for Thailand to transform our automotive industry go to the next generation of the car industry. And with this program, we need many support from investors to make Thai ready for a new generation of vehicle industry, automotive industry. Need a lot of support in electronic component and software to support the EV. We provide incentive to the investor in this chapter from 3 years to 13 year corporate tax exemption up to the activity they do in Thailand. And this is the sample of the company that already invest in Thailand and commit to us to develop the EV industry together with us. Apart from the automotive industry, Thailand are trying to transform our country to digital organization, digital country. So we need the support on digital industry as well. We already invest on the infrastructure for digital. As our Deputy Prime Minister already mentioned that we have the highest broadband speed in the region. And to do this, we would like to transform our country from normal agriculture country to smart farming, to transform our manufacturing, traditional manufacturing to smart factory, to transform the Thai people from the normal living to smart living, smart home, and make our service sector to advanced service. To do this, we need the support from electronic and software in the digital industry. So we welcome the investor to come to invest on this industry, electronic and digital industry. We provide incentive up to 13 years corporate tax exemption. And recently, with the global warming problem around the world, Thailand also have awareness on it. The government set up the latest policy that we call BCG economic models. The BCG will support our country to transform many things to be the country that protect the environment for the world. We already have the variety of the bio material that can support the investor to add value added to that material. And we can make a food for the world in the BCG model, and we can have the many partners that to work with us as the customer. So this is the opportunity for the investor from Saudi Arabia and other countries. So to do this, we set up the projection that with our BCG model, we would like to transform our country to have the renewable energy 50% by 2050. This update from the video that in the video we said about 30% by 2035, but the government already changed the target to 50% of the renewable energy in Thailand by 2050 to make sure that we can be carbon neutral country in 2050, that as our Prime Minister announced in the World Congress COP26. And we also need to do many things on this program. So we need to transform the business that have the lower carbon, that need more investment on this. And many Thai young men are in startup industry. They are thinking and have the new model for this business, have the knowledge to do this. But okay, many of them have lack of the capital, so they need some venture capital to support them in Thailand with this program. Smart farming is very important for Thailand because we would like to upgrade the Thai farmer to have the better standard of living and to make sure that the product from Thai farm can insist of many change on the weather to put this thing that this is the opportunity for many businessmen on this. Biomass and green energy, like a solar farming energy, we already invest a lot, but we still need more investors to come to join us, to make us to reach the target of renewable energy 50% by 2015. And also the recycling business. Many things that we utilize in our manufacturing, mineral or many things that already have limited reserve. So the thing we do is not only use it as the new production, but we have to recycling back to use it in our manufacturing in the future. So to do this, Thailand also support other things that to make that Thailand to be carbon neutral country. We support the existing investors who already invest to improve their efficiency, to lower carbon, to utilize more solar energy, and have many investors come to support this on this program. And we will continue the program that we said that we will ask them to submit application by this year, but in the future we continue to make sure that we can meet our target on carbon neutral country. Okay, if the investor from overseas interested to come to Thailand, to go to invest in Thailand, who can support them? What we can offer to them? The Thailand Board of Investment is the major agency in Thailand that have responsibility to support the investor to do that. What we do, we provide the investor the comprehensive information you need to make a decision to seek for opportunity to do business in Thailand. And our investment promotion law, we do not control that the investor who come to invest in Thailand must have a joint venture with Thai partner. We offer them to invest even they are 100% company, that 100% foreigner-owned company, and they can buy the land. Even they are 100% foreigner company, they can buy the land under the Investment Promotion Act, so they can buy the land. And we have no less condition that you invest in Thailand, you have to use the local content in Thailand, how many percent, something like that. And you must export only. We don't have this condition. So we open to the investor to come to Thailand. And for the incentive we provide to the investor, we provide both tax incentive and non-tax incentive. Non-tax incentive, as I mentioned, that you can own the land, you can buy the land, even you are 100% foreigner-owned company. Come to the incentive we provide to investor. How we provide incentive to investor? In generally, we have the system that we have what we call standard incentive. That we provide incentive depend on the product you are going to produce in Thailand. You can get the corporate tax incentive exemption up to 8 years. And if you located in designated location, you may get additional incentive if you are in the location we need. Like if you are located in EEZ area, in the Eastern area, that is Eastern Economic Zone corridor, you will get more incentive. And you can have the chance to get the additional incentive from 8 years if you do some R&D activity, or you have the activity to expand on develop the local people on advanced technology. You can get up to 5 years additional income tax. Come together will be 13 years. Apart from the incentive that the Board of Investment can provide to the investor. We also have the program to make sure that investors who would like to go to Thailand have something that more convenient. The first thing that the investor have to get is the visa and work permit to enter to Thailand and to work in Thailand. We have this program, what we call is Smart Visa. So we will provide the visa for investor or the talent people who would like to go to work in Thailand, 4-year visa, and can continue if you still meet our condition. And this visa is special visa that not the same normal visa that in ordinarily when you go to work to Thailand, you need a visa and you need a work permit to work in Thailand. But this visa already integrate visa and work permit. You get the visa, no need to get work permit anymore. And another thing is, normally expats who get the visa and work permit in Thailand, their spouse, their children come together, they cannot work. Just only the expat can do the job in Thailand with the work permit. But this visa, their spouse to come to go together with them will get the Smart O visa. That means they can do the job in Thailand as well. This is the program that we would like to invite the talents and investor and executive to work in Thailand. And now, the latest one, the Cabinet of Thailand just approved the new program to invite the foreigner who have high potential on talents, on investment, go to Thailand. We just have the new scheme that we call long-term resident visa. This is 10-year visa, not only 4 years. This is 10-year visa. You can get this visa for 10 years. And this visa, no need re-entry visa. If after you get, you can travel out, in, many times as you need. But you have to need the condition that the target group, in the 4 target group, that we will have new announcements to clear that from the 4 target group, what is the condition that we need to get this visa. We will have announcement in the near future. And this is the new thing that may be good for you to learn and to get travel between Thailand and Saudi Arabia to do some business together. And this is what I would like to discuss with you and share with you information about Invest in Thailand. And if you need something more, you can contact us. This slide just shows you that in Thailand, we already have many international companies set up in Thailand as the second home for their company. Many companies set up Thailand as the headquarters for the region. So you can join this community. From your investment in Thailand, you may create another business community with the company already in Thailand. And I hope that you will come and see together in Thailand in the future. Maybe you still do not think about investment or business. You think about tourists, okay, go to Thailand, and then partnership with the people in Thailand. We open many opportunities for you. And if you interest something more, you would like to contact us, you can contact through this media and website. I hope you will enjoy Thailand in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kauchan, for this thorough presentation. Now, I'm sure all of you have so many questions after these 2 thorough presentations that we just witnessed. And I know I do. Although some of your questions may have been answered throughout the presentations and maybe even throughout, their excellencies' opening remarks and whatnot, However, in the next few panels that we're going to be witnessing also, there's going to be many discussions, many topics to be talked about, and many questions will be answered, of course. The first panel we're going to be witnessing today is going to be about the future of tourism and hospitality in 2022 and beyond. There's so many aspects that are going to be discussed, so many distinguished speakers whom are going to be speaking and clarifying many of the questions some of you may have. So our moderator for the first panel is going to be from the Ministry of Investment. We will have Mr. Majid Al-Ghanem joining us for the first panel as the moderator. Mr. Majid, please join us on stage. Our members for this panel will be from MOT, Mohammed Abdel Hadi, Deputy Minister. Please join us. And from CIRA, we will have Fahad Al-Abailan, VP. And from Dizet International, we'll have Ms. Laiyad Kawa Wisarat from CIO. Please join us. And from Minor Hotel Group, we'll have Mr. Kusin Shantikul, CIO. Welcome, gentlemen and ma'am.
Thank you, Fatma. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first panel of today. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our panelists. We'll start with our guests. Ms. Liad, the Chief Investment Officer from Dusit Group. Welcome, and thank you for being here. Mr. Koshin, the Chief Investment Officer of Minor Hotel Group. Welcome.
Thank you.
Of course, Mr. Fahad Al-Abailan from CIRA Group, a VP from CIRA Group. Thank you for being here. And of course, Mr. Mahmoud Abdel Hadi, Deputy Minister of Ministry of Tourism. Welcome with us.
Thank you very much.
So we'll give our guests 2 minutes to give us a brief about their companies and themselves. We'll start with Minor Hotel Group. Koshin, if you may, give us a quick brief about Minor Group and yourself.
Absolutely. Thank you, Majed, and greetings, everyone. Let me first introduce a little bit about our company. We are a Thai-originated company listed in the Stock Exchange of Thailand. Today, we now are the largest hotel operators in Thailand, and we derive now international incomes of 75% of revenue and business activities from outside of Thailand. We have 530 hotels now with 2,400 restaurants operating all across the world. I think there's a slide presentation as well, if team could. But while the slides are coming up, as you guys are probably aware, our most well-known brand is the Anantara luxury brand portfolio. And earlier today, you've seen the signing of our potential Anantara here in Diriyah Gate. We're quite excited about it. In the Middle East alone, we operate now 23 hotels across the UAE, Bahrain, Oman, and many other countries, and about 53 restaurants in the casual dinings and coffee sectors. We are quite excited to become a part of the Saudi Vision 2030 growth, and that's a little bit about our company. So thank you.
Thank you, Koshin. Slade, if you may give us a brief about your company as well.
Okay. Hear me? Thank you. Sawadee again. So, good morning. My name is Laiyat. This morning, one of my Saudi Arabia friends called me Lali. I think it's a good name, so I'm going to use Lali. And in English, the translation is actually beautiful, so I like that. I'm coming from Dusit International. It's the company founded by a noble lady called Tan Pui Chanat Piawui at 70 years ago. We are not as big as miners, but we certainly the oldest. 70 years ago, our founders envisioned at that time Thailand will become a popular tourist destinations. And he would like to welcome all the visitors with our smile, with our gracious hospitality by Thai brand. So that's how we have this Dusit Thani was born, okay? Today we are operating 47 hotels, both owned and managed, as well as 270 villa property across 17 countries. Within these regions, we have 6 in operations and 6 in the pipelines. We will have 1 nearby Riyadh very soon within the year's time. So this is something that we're very proud of. Many years later, from after she found the hotel, she see the importance of building our own skill resource for delivery our service. So she founded Dusit Thani College. We are focused on hospitality. Oh, thank you. So especially and focus on hospitality degree program, okay, which our program joined with École Horticulture de Lausanne from Switzerland. So we have both degree and non-degree program. For the last about 20 years, 30 years, we actually have more than 13,000 of alumni, students graduate from the college, serve the hotels all over the world. And just the current stage, we have about 3,300 students in the system. And in the academic year of 21-22, we have about 700 graduation. So we have more than 150 instructors from all over the world. So this is something very unique from Dusit, that we can integrate the hotel operation and we produce our own resource, supplying the service. And at the recent years, we also expand our business into food and real estate. So this is very brief for Dusit Thani for now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fahad, please.
Thank you very much for having us today for this forum. This is Fahad Al-Abalan. I'm a Vice President of Sierra Group of Sales. Sierra Group, you know, it's a public listed company in the stock market. We have been in the market for 40 years. We're already having like many streams when it's come to tourism. We have our travel brand under the name of Al Musafir. Al Musafir, it's a well-known brand in GCC regions or in many regions, I would say. We're already having our operation in Saudi Arabia. We have our applications, our call centers, and also more than 40 branches in different cities in Saudi Arabia and all airports. In addition to that, we have operation in Kuwait, Bahrain, and UAE as well. Also, we have our brand as a DMC. We call it Discover Saudi. We started that company after the announcement of the tourism visa by late of 2019. And already we are doing a lot of inbound packages for different type of visitors, for MICE business and even leisure business as well. Also, we have Mawasim, company for pilgrims for Hajj and Umrah business. And honorably, we are always hosting a lot of Thai people that they are visiting Mecca and Medina in the last 10 years. Also, we are owning some hotels. We have our hospitality arm. We are owning Sheraton in Mecca, Movenpick at Jeddah, and we are the exclusive partner with the Choice brand from US markets. We just opened 2 hotels in Jeddah, and 1 hotel will be open after 2 months in Riyadh. And we announced with Tourism Development Funds one of the iconic projects that will be happening in Al-Baha after 3 years. And we just started the master plan and construction as well. And also we announced the new project in Al-Ula as well, to be having like 4-star hotel in Al-Ula. Also, we have our corporate venture departments. We were the biggest partner with Careem, and it was one of the successful story of Sira Group that used to be at Tayyara Group before. So what I want to say here that we are dealing with different streams when it's come to hospitality, to the tourism sector, hospitality, travel, and also DMC. So we are doing outbound and inbound. And I'm very happy to be with my colleagues today in that panel discussion. Thank you very much.
For being with us, Fahad. Mr. Mahmoud Abdelhadi, please.
Thank you for having us, and good morning. It's nearly good afternoon. I'd like to introduce Saudi tourism rather than the Ministry of Tourism. So we are a young ecosystem when it comes to the tourism industry. We have been functioning now for nearly 2 years. We have an ecosystem anchored by the Ministry of Tourism, who is the regulator and chief promoter for investment into the tourism sector. We have 2 components underneath that, who are the Saudi Tourism Authority, who are in effect the Saudi Tourism Board. They are responsible for the traveler journey, the visitor experience, but they're also responsible for the main promotion of Saudi tourism, both domestically and internationally. We also have a very important component, which Fahad mentioned, which is the Saudi Tourism Development Fund, and or as we call them, the TDF, and they are responsible for providing financial solutions for the private sector to come and invest successfully into the tourism space. So the ecosystem has been tasked with delivering, and I think you've heard this earlier from His Excellency Al-Faleh, we want to become a top 5 destination globally by 2030. What does that actually mean? It means 100 million visits by 2030 into the kingdom. We also want tourism to become the, in effect, 2nd largest contributor to our GDP after oil and gas, which means that we're targeting a 10% contribution. And then finally, and probably most importantly, we want to create 1 million additional jobs in the sector from tourism. How are we going about this? We're going about this in a 2-phased approach. The first phase is what we're calling Discover Saudi, which we are experiencing today. So this is, we ask both domestic and international visitors to come and visit the kingdom, experience the kingdom in its current form, with its current offering, with some development here and there of some of our iconic tourism assets. But really from 2024 onwards, we move into a new phase, which we're calling Experience Saudi. And Experience Saudi is essentially underpinned by the giga projects that I'm sure everybody has heard of, the Red Sea developments. Our friends from Diriyah were here earlier today, NEOM, or the hospitality component in NEOM, and a lot of the other large giga projects. And these will create the new tourism identity for the kingdom. And these will underpin, if you like, what our ambitions are for the tourism sector. Having said that, the core of our industry is the private sector, and specifically the small and medium-sized enterprises. We are very aware that without private sector involvement, that without the SMEs carrying the tourism sector, it doesn't work. So I'm sure you see this in Thailand. I'm sure you see this in other tourism destinations. SMEs and the private sector are an important part of that value chain. And without enabling them, it is not going to be a successful venture. So our mission at the ministry is to create a sustainable, investable tourism environment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, both from a foreign investment perspective, but also a domestic investment perspective. We realize that our domestic investment will drive tourism. It'll also drive foreign investment through partnerships. It'll drive foreign brands coming into, as we've seen today, foreign brands coming into the market through these investment opportunities that are created. And it is our job to facilitate and to make sure that this is happening along with our colleagues from the Ministry of Investments. I think a final word is Saudi Arabia is not one destination. If you think about Saudi Arabia, we are the size of Europe. We are blessed with a variety of destinations. I think certainly within the Middle East, no one has the geographical, the historical, the cultural diversity that we have in Saudi Arabia. We have, as you can see in Riyadh, the big cities, in Jeddah, you have the large cultural sites such as Al-Hassa, or in Asir, or in Jof and Hail in the north. You have the beautiful beaches on the Red Sea. You have the mountainous destinations in the south. You have, very pleasant weather year-round in the south and the north. But then you also have the extremes. You have also quite cold weather in the winter in some parts of the kingdom, and you have obviously very hot weather. So we need to move away from this image of Saudi Arabia as a desert country with lots of camels. In reality, we are a very rich heritage. We have a very rich heritage which we would love to capitalize on. We are a naturally hospitable people. Tourism is not new to us. We've been doing it for over 1,500 years. Mecca is in the heart of the kingdom. We have been hosting pilgrims as a people for all of that period, so we know how to do it. The trick now is to turn it into a business and to turn it into something that is a vibrant part of our economy that is beyond the religious tourism. And that is what we aim to achieve. And with everybody here, hopefully we are able to achieve that in partnership with both the domestic investors as well as all of the international investors and providers.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Qasim, and I'll come back to you, Mahmoud, to talk about some of your efforts in Ministry of Tourism. Then we can't talk about tourism without mentioning the effect of COVID-19 and the lockdowns and everything. So what do you think the main outcomes that came out of that period, and what did you learn from it?
Yeah, so a couple of things. COVID over the past 2 years has been quite a painful lessons for us, but what we have now come out of it is a couple of learnings, and we always say in our organization is don't waste the crisis, learn something out of it. First of all, we are ever more committed into tourism than ever, and we're seeing it now globally where revenge tourism is real, it's really coming back. We just closed the month of April at 90% occupancy or above in all key places in Europe. Amsterdam, Barcelona, Rome, Berlin, they're all coming back at 90% occupancy level now. So we're more committed than ever to tourism, and despite COVID and all. There's a lot of learning that comes out of it as well. Number one is the vulnerability of the supply chains and all the ecosystems. We are a relatively sizable player, but we do rely on the entire tourism experience, small, medium enterprises, providers that are much more vulnerable than us. I think there'll be, roles where, governments and larger companies could become a part of this vulnerable supply chain system to ensure that in volatility such as the COVID period for tourism industry, that there is some solutions and some assistance that are provided to them. The next most important lessons from my side is the inevitable marriage between tourism, hospitality, and technology. We all do, lobby check-in at a hotel. Most of the Thai delegates did that last night, right? The average check-in time is, you call it 10 minutes. During that 10 minutes, a shocking 70% of the time, the hotel staff that are checking you in are facing down at their computer. And this is where technologies will come and solve. Technology in hospitality will never ever replace the human touch. But what it can do here is to enable that process to become much more efficient in such a way that the staff can get to spend more time with their guests and their customers and addressing their needs. Technology will become inevitable. COVID, with all of this acceleration of technology used globally, is really the tailwind that really will accelerate that marriage.
Right. And from Duset's perspective, Layed, what were the main outcomes from the lockdown period?
Okay, actually, end of January 2020, I was first heard about this case, the news from Wuhan. Actually, little we know, I think everyone never expect that this COVID situation, this global pandemic, can hit us globally that hard and for so long. I really hope that 3 years down the road, our last battlefield will end at Shanghai and Beijing and China and done. We all know that Chinese actually constitute the majority of the tourist contribution in the past many years. So really hope that we come to the end. Come out from the COVID, I think the learning from, as a hotel operators, I guess Gosin already say all, technology actually become essential for travelers' confidence. It's about confidence in many ways, in the safety, in the healthy, and in the efficiency way. So technology is something we definitely will adapt more and adapt faster. And the travel also require sustainability. So every operator go gear toward things that we will support the green, environmental concern and everything. But to me, we think that coming out from the COVID, the hospitality, the hotel and tourist industry, we actually look into more value add. We, during the pandemic, during the COVID 2 years, I'm sure everyone knows about how we say about work from home and work from everywhere. So from the hotel, from the tourist industry point of view, we actually promote workation at the moment since last year in Thailand. And our resort hotel is actually great for that. So when we talk about the vacations, and I think you become norm in the future that you probably want to spend 3 months at the beach resorts for your work and continue working. And that becomes a long stay for the hotel operator. And then we need to prepare for that. We need to create activity. We need to create value for people to stay longer with us. And those values will become such as wellness, such as medical tourism, come over, spend more times, not only the room stays for leisure. So I think this will become more and more common in our industries. And then one more important thing is that because the travel restriction, I hope this will not last too long. People still can fly and go everywhere. But in the essence of this experience, we actually want to promote more in local community. We want to have activity to connect with the local. Wherever we stay, we have local activity, we have connection with the local community. I think that would be another element to add to our business and our industry.
Great. Well, Fahad, Sira works both ways. It does inbound tourism as well as outbound tourism. Through your DMC within the kingdom, and given that all of these different destinations that are being developed in the kingdom, where do you see the most international interest from international communities within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and what destinations?
Actually, after the pandemic, I remember when the pandemic started through Al Musafiri, we used to have a lot of outbound traveler. It's around 85%. But during the pandemic, we already planned and trained our travel agents to be ready for any domestic packages with cooperation with our DMC, Discover Saudi, and even with a big support from Saudi Tourism Authority and Ministry of Tourism. So we developed a lot of packages for domestic. So I would say like 2 years ago, you will not find any couples from Saudi Arabia that will be doing a hiking trip in southern region. But now it's a common product. A lot of people are traveling in weekends just to do some activities. And we were not silent. Absolutely, the impact is there. We just announced our first quarter result of 2022. We are making loss, but we could see a big potential growth in the coming quarters. And also, we were not silent. We already invested in our academy. We trained our staff to be ready for after pandemic. So now our staff are ready with a lot of partnership with different tourism boards. One of these is Thailand Tourism Board, and I will be mentioned that when you talk about Thailand. And even with Saudi Tourism Authority, we already participated in a lot of events that are already happening in Saudi Arabia. Saudi seasons, Riyadh season, Jeddah season, Al-Ula season. And also when it's come to the JV that we developed, we already signed an agreement with Klook as a platform to have a JV, and we'll be announcing or launching this by end of this year or between October and November. Klook will be a marketplace for all tour operators in Saudi Arabia. So any visitor from outside of the kingdom will be searching and finding a lot of tours through that platform. When it's come to Al Musafir, the contribution of domestic tourism used to be 15%. During the pandemic, we reached out to 60%, and still that percentage still not declined. We are around 40% for domestic tourism and 60% for international. We are expecting growth for international or outbound tourism in summer. We are ready, and we signed a lot of partnership agreements with many tourism boards. When it's come to Thailand, I'm sure that it will be one of the top 5 destinations, and I will show you the number during the discussion about Thailand as well. Thank you.
All right. So coming to Ministry of Tourism, you've mentioned your ambitions for the tourism industry to reach 10% of the GDP, 100 million visits by 2030, and adding 1 million jobs to the market. What are the main efforts? What are Ministry of Tourism's efforts to reach these goals?
So before I answer that question, I think it's important for me as a representative of the ministry to echo, I think, what we've seen as the effect of the pandemic, if you like, and some of the trends that have emerged. And I think 3 main topics really to summarize. First, of course, is the importance of the traveler journey. I think traveling under COVID restrictions, masks, apps, vaccinations, whatever, this has shown us that the traditional traveler journey was always suboptimal. And any minor disruption in that, I think, has caused a huge amount of inconvenience for the travelers. And I think as an industry, as players in this space, that's something that we have to strive to improve going forward. I think the second theme is I think what was mentioned about the value chain. And, because this was such a shock to our industry, and because our industry is dominated by small and medium-sized enterprises, we had globally lost a lot of jobs, a lot of businesses, a lot of suppliers, a lot of providers. So again, there needs to be a rebalance on how this works and the support network for these industries in order to make sure that we have a much more resilient industry. And then finally, I think one of the key themes that has come up is the strength and growth of domestic tourism, both in the kingdom and globally. I think domestic tourism has always been something that is, maybe outside of the United States because it's such a large country. But outside of the United States, I think domestic tourism has not been something that has been, at the forefront of everybody's minds. I think today, particularly with a country like Saudi Arabia, our size, our shall we say, depth of offering, domestic tourism is a very serious business, and it needs to be nurtured. It needs to be taken to the next level. I think some of the things that we've done as the ministry to help the industry, I think the first thing that we've done probably is focus on ease of access. So one of the major milestones that we've achieved was creating this tourism visa. So this was launched in November 2009, September 2019. And between then and March 2020, when the lockdown started to happen, I think there were over 400 or just around 400,000 visas issued. Obviously, that sort of tailed off because of the lockdown and global travel restrictions. However, April, what I can say, April is our best single month for e-visas. So it's coming back. And that ease of access is a very key component of attracting tourists. The other thing, of course, is setting up that ecosystem that I talked about, which is the ministry as the regulator, having the Saudi Tourism Authority as the tourism board. Previously, no one was marketing Saudi Arabia domestically or internationally as a tourism destination. That marketing, that ability to reach the traveler, to show the kingdom in a favorable light as a tourism destination has been a very, very key tool. And then obviously establishing the Tourism Development Fund and the work that we're doing at the ministry to improve the business environment is also encouraging a large amount of investment into the sector. And I think in order to achieve our targets of 1 million visitors, the opportunity size, shall we say, in the hospitality space is around 424,000 room keys between now and 2030. That's a very large amount. That opportunity size translates into business for DMOs. It translates into business for hotels, hotel chains, hotel operators. It translates into all of the supporting services, the F&B, laundry services, tour guides, hiking companies that you mentioned. So the whole industry is, there's a huge amount of potential. And what we're doing is making sure that we're trying to improve that environment to both allow the investors to come in, as well as the visitors to actually take part. And, as the government, we've invested in the Giga projects, we've improved regulation, we've improved visibility on how to access the market, and these things continue to go, and we have very ambitious plans for what we're trying to do for 2030.
CIRA has been investing in a wide range of areas within the tourism value chain. Would you tell us more about what are the investment areas that the group is focusing on, or for now or the future?
Yeah, absolutely. When it's come to investment, we already invested a lot in technology. As I mentioned about the Klook partnership, this is one of the big milestones that will be happening in the market, to have a marketplace for all tour operators in Saudi Arabia. In addition to that, in our platform, Al-Musafir is providing, it used to be providing just hotel. 4 years ago, we added flight, we just added chalet, or I would say the istiraha, as we call it, istiraha seat in our market. It's part of Al-Musafir, and we are providing like many type of services part of Al-Musafir products, and potentially Klook partnership will be part from Al-Musafir as well. When it comes to CIRA, as I mentioned, even Lumi as a car rental is part of our company portfolio, and we will be having our app for car rental services as well. Our fleet now reach out to 20,000 vehicles, and part of the tourism experience to have a car and transportation services. So already we are investing in this as well. When it's come to partnership we already doing a lot of partnership opportunities or projects between us and other tourism boards. First, with Saudi tourism boards. Already we signed an agreement, memorandum of understanding in the last Arabian Travel Market Show in UAE, and we will be promoting Saudi Arabia as a destination, but even another side for outbound with Thailand tourism boards. We are very honored that we signed yesterday with Minister of Tourism and Sports. I'm not sure that yeah, I will show you that. Yeah, because of the number that we had after the announcements between Thailand government and Saudi Arabia governments in 9th of March, Thailand used to be number 17 when it's come to search, but now Thailand is number 5 when it's come to the search from our customer about the destination. And the searches jumped by 1,100% in last March, which is very huge number when it's come to the customer demand. So in this case, with very and big thankful for Minister of Tourism and Sports. We already met him yesterday. We signed an agreement and memorandum of cooperation with the minister to be promoting Thailand by 15th of June, and will be promoting this in Saudi Arabia and other GCC countries. Thailand will be, as you could see, a lot of movies have been covered in Thailand, and also there are big interest from our customers, and even there are like more than hundreds of hotels already. We already have an agreements with them, and we are very honored that we are the first company that have this kinds of agreements and partnership with the Thailand tourism boards. And also we are looking to be sending a lot of customers. Already there are many customers already traveled to Thailand, but by 15th of June we'll be announcing that campaign. Also, we had a training session for our staff in Al Musafir Academy. The tourism board delegates already delivered a very excellent training. We exchanged the material, and also part of the agreements will be also promoting Saudi Arabia for Thai people, and also for Hajj and Umrah as well, because we have Mawasim for pilgrims, so we'll be offering a lot of packages for any visitors from Thailand to Saudi Arabia as well. So when it's come to passion, we are very passionate about Thailand, and even we could see that interest from our customers as well. And we are sure that a lot of demand will be happening to Thailand. So our request to high delegates from Thailand to be simplifying the process for any inbound traveler, because I think still in Thailand, in some areas you should wear the mask, and during the immigration, the Ministry of Health will be after the immigration. So simplify these processes will be even enhancing the experience of any traveler to Thailand as well. So again, thank you very much for the delegates for enabling us to be doing this partnership, and looking forward to be doing more and more, inshallah.
Okay, now we will look at the tourism industry in Thailand, or Thailand as one of the leading countries in terms of, one of the top 10 countries in terms of number of international visitors in the past years. The contribution to their GDP from tourism is about 13 to 14%, and it's increasing. So from the private sector perspective in Thailand, Koshin, what are the efforts that you have seen the Thai government has done in the previous years to enhance the performance of this sector?
Yeah, so thank you, Majed. I think the Thai government, we traditionally don't have the kind of budget that, for example, Kingdom Saudi Arabia has in propelling mega projects. But what the Thai government has been doing in the past 30 years that has been extremely beneficial is to do its role to remove the pain points of travel. What they have been doing in assistance of that is, removal of, the visa cumbersome They helped us, do a bilateral agreements between countries. An example here with Saudi Arabia as well in trying to remove all of these pain points so that the private sectors and the natural progressions of tourism ecosystems and the businesses can thrive. I think that was one. Second, which is quite important, is Thai government's role in assisting the capital markets domestically as well. Today, the Thai stock market, total market capitalization stands at 500 billion US dollars. And that 10 years ago was not even that numbers. And we were always looking at, as a private company, should we be tapping Singapore Stock Exchange for capital markets access? Today, the story is completely different. We're now on par in terms of market capitalization and daily trading volume. And that has really allowed the private sector to thrive. Minor Hotel Group was a 50-year-old Thai company. We've been a beneficiary of that capital markets. We subsequently, in 2018, went ahead and did a $3 billion acquisitions of a second largest hotel groups in Spain. And all of that I can attribute back to the role that the government has in the development of the Thai local capital markets as well. So I think that's two.
I think there will be a lot of, from a leading tourism destination like Thailand, will be a lot of lessons learned for the Saudi private sector as well as the tourism regulators to look into how can we reach these goals that we have. From Ducit's perspective, would you tell us more about the support that has been done from the government side or the efforts that have been done from your group or your company during the past years to support the tourism sector?
I guess tourist visitors is bread and butter for Thailand in many years, and we know that constitutes a bigger part of Thailand's economy and GDP. So when it's a bigger part of the GDP, it was actually hit quite hard when the country closed down. And during the pandemic, I think government also support a lot to help the private sector to revive from the situations. And we can see the pushing of the priority for vaccinate to the resource destinations like Phuket and doing the sandbox test for when the vaccination go to the different certain levels, we try to invite foreigner come in. So that is a very, very specific support from the government to the situations. Actually, after revive from the COVID, now we almost can call we are open already. I think the private sector, like you said, also other operator player, the whole value chain of this industry will actually also work with Thai governments and TAT. We want to redefine, we want to rebrand the Thailand's tourist industry. We want to promote, first of all, promote the domestic and also promote quality versus quantity, because we learn the lesson of the quantity alone. When it has the situation, it actually hit a lot. So that actually align with the trend of the tourist industry that we want to add more value. So we redefine, we focus on quality, we add value add to the tourists coming in for long stay, for value add, for Medicare. Just give you a little bit statistic. I think we have quite a few colleagues here from the hospital industry and wellness spa company. Thailand actually, as our ministers and our executive delegation also talked just now as well, that Thailand actually is the medical hub in many fronts. Two kinds of medical visitors will come to Thailand is, one is with the developed country, with a very, very developed country where the medical fee and cost is very, very high. They come to Thailand. We are good, we are not that high. And also, of course, some of the niche families and high net worth from the underdeveloped country, they come to seek for medical service. So we have, before pandemic 2019, we have actually 2 million, over 2.5 million of medical tourists come to Thailand, and a vast majority actually come from Middle East.
You've been operating several hotels around the region in Dusit, as well as Minor Group. Both your group or your brands are not strangers for Saudis as well. What is the potential that you see for your brands in the kingdom?
More and more wellness, hospital, health conscious hospital, and hospitality merging, close come to see in the middle. So hotel, we want to add value add for the wellness, for health conscious service, whereby the hospital also geared toward rehabilitate kind of treatment things. So I think more and more this kind of value add to the industry will be value, and our government actually support this very much. So I think that
Kosin as well?
Yeah, so our leading brand is Anantara. Today it's very well known now amongst the Saudi customers and the Gulf customers as well as globally. And our ambition in Saudi is to be a part of that. And we encourage the private and the public sectors in Saudi to take advantage of our brand strength and goodwill, take advantage of our ability to help you establish destinations. I think that's really the core DNA. We talk in the backstage a little bit about how we help the Omanis establish Jabal Aqda, which is a mountainous regions there. And with our brand and our ability to globally PR a destination, we work hand in hand with the property owners and the government sectors to try to promote a destination, or with the underpinning of the strength of our brand.
Right. So I've been asked to cut the time for this session because we've took longer than expected. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you to our panelists for joining us and giving us all of this great information about the sector. And please enjoy the rest of your evening. And again, we'll give a round of applause for our guests. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Ghanem, and dear panelists, for this thorough actual panel and all the information provided. So let's dive right into our next panel, shall we? It's going to be dedicated to new technologies in the manufacturing across key sectors and how it can help the global supply chain challenge, facing pandemics, maybe wars, etc. So this panel will also portray the Saudi's ambitions and its provided enablers in this particular sector as well. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming this afternoon the moderator of this session, Dr. Majid Al-Guez from MIM. Mr. Majid will join us momentarily. Of course, as we talked about, new technologies in this sector is a key factor in the success of it. Supply chains have been affected throughout the whole world with the pandemic, as I mentioned, wars before that, and many aspects that will face and challenges that will face the sector. Technologies are a smart and easy solution to resolve them. And we will discuss them shortly in this panel. Naturally, welcome Mr. Majid our moderator for this panel. And I would like to call on stage, of course, Nidik Bandar Zahran, VP for Advanced Manufacturing, along with the panel members, whom will be ready momentarily. Dr. Majid, how excited are you for this panel? How excited are you for this panel? Let me get closer to you so maybe they can hear you from my mic.
I'm not sure if my mic is working. Can you hear me?
Yes. There you go.
Okay, great.
Welcome.
Yeah, we have great panels with us today. Hopefully we'll have a fruitful discussion on advanced manufacturing.
Wonderful.
Should we start? Or?
Yes, Mr. Bandar, welcome on stage with us.
أهلا وسهلا فيكم. سواتي.
And allow me also to call our panelist from Dusur, Mr. Faraj Shahrani, Investment Executive Director. From SCG, Mr. Tamasak Theadom, Executive Vice President. And from PTT, Mr. Parasong Entranong Pai, Executive Vice President of New Venture Development as well. Gentlemen, enjoy your panel.
Bismillah wa salatu salam ala Rasulillah. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's my pleasure to moderate this session today about advanced manufacturing technologies. The theme of this session is new technologies in manufacturing across key sectors, how they can help with global supply challenges, and KSA's ambitions and enablers. We're truly privileged today to have 4 distinguished panelists. I will introduce them, starting with Mr. Prasong Entranong Pai, who is the Executive Vice President of New Ventures Development in PTT. Mr. Thamasak Sethaudom is the CFO and Executive Vice President in charge of Finance and Investment in SCG. Mr. Bandar Zahran is the Vice President for Advanced Manufacturing in the National Industrial Development Center. And we finally have Mr. Faraj Shahrani. He's the Executive Director for Investment in Dusur. We'll discuss today with our panelists their key initiatives and the Saudi and Thai experience in advanced manufacturing. We'll start our session with quick overviews of the Thai companies. I'd like to start with Mr. Thamasak. If you can give us a quick overview of SCG and the potential collaboration areas you're considering in Saudi Arabia. I think you have a presentation that you'd like to share with the audience.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, I will give you a quick introduction to SCG. SCG is the 109 years company, and we start from the cement and then building material. So that's why our company name is Siam Cement Group. But actually, if you look at today, we are the largest business is the petrochemical. We are one of the large players in Southeast Asia, have assets in Thailand and Vietnam and Indonesia. And we are expanding a new complex in Vietnam, which will start up probably beginning of next year. So that's a very exciting moment for SCG Chemical. The second largest business for us is the cement and building materials. I'm talking about the smart home, low carbon cement that will give you some flavor of who we are. And the next one is the packaging. We are one of the key leaders in packaging in Southeast Asia. We have a dominant share in Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Philippines. So that SCG Packaging. And the youngest one is the SCG Clean Energy. So that's another initiative that we are embarking for decarbonization. Just have a very quick introduction for SCG Chemical. This is one of our flagship company. We are growing the asset in terms of the green polymer, advanced recycle polymer, which we have our own technologies where you can bring the very dirty mixed waste, plastic waste from the, let's say, landfill. We can translate into a very clean that you can use for the medical and food grade. So that we call the advanced recycling technologies. So the chemical we're growing toward green polymer, and we are looking for opportunities to invest in the vinyl chain, chlor-alkali, EDC, VCM, or even go to the downstream, the PVC in the kingdom, if we can find a good partner here. So that is the opportunities to do the deeper collaboration. And the next one is on the cement and building material. We are talking about the new generation cement, low carbon cement. You know that cement is the industry that emits a lot of CO2, but the world still needs cement. The key solution is to come up with new technologies where you can reduce the carbon when you produce the cement, and that is the low carbon cement. We have a generation 1, generation 2, and generation 3 low carbon cement. Apart from that, we are in the smart home, the home that it's equipped with the IoT, with the solar roof, and the home that's designed for the elder care. So these are the things that we are moving into. And the next one is on the clean energies. We are investing in the megawatt in the regions and investing in the new technologies of the hydrogen, green hydrogen, on-site hydrogen, and all the smart grid that we can do. So that's very quick for the SCG, and of course we pledge for the net zero by 2050, which is a very big challenge for us because on one hand we have to grow top line revenues as investor expected. On the other hand, we have to reduce significantly the carbon emission. So that I will explain a little bit further later on our plan to do the decarbonize of these three businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamasak, for the overview of your company. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Prasong, if you can please give us a quick overview of your company, PTT, and the areas of collaboration you'd like to explore in Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon and sawadee krab. Due to some technical problems, I cannot share my screen. Just a quick overview. We are state-owned enterprise, operate oil and gas, petrochemical more than 40 years in the country. We are concerned as the biggest market cap in Thailand stock market. As I mentioned, we are now set up a new company vision because we are looking for longer sustainability. So since the new CEO coming a couple of years ago, we already set up a new vision to frame, to direct our business strategy from focusing on energy, oil and gas to be future energy and beyond. So that I will explain a little bit in terms of future energy. It make it simple, like go green and go electricity. So we're gonna invest more in terms of renewable energy, as well as future type of energy such as hydrogen. We also invest in EV, electricity value chain. We just set up a joint venture with our partnership from Taiwan to build the car EV manufacturing in Thailand. As well as we looking for conduct the roadmap to participate in hydrogen. And I think this is one of the areas that we can have potential collaboration with our Saudi Arabia friend. In terms of beyond business, we already jump in the life science. Life science, we, it's coming, sorryครับ
green
slide is coming ครับ but the clicker is not work.
It's working.
Okay, thank you ครับ Life science, let I move to this ครับ You may see the beyond business life science we separate into 3 categories. One is the pharmaceutical business. Second one is medical device, medical supply, and the last one is nutrition. I think from couple years ago we already success in terms of partner up with a key player in this industry such as Lotus Pharma. We also established Melbourne material production in Thailand, as well as a new trend of food like plant-based meat ครับ In terms of renewable energy, we also focusing on investment both domestic and international, because right now in Thailand we have a little bit surplus in terms of power generation, but due to the government policy to set clear target on EV roadmap, we believe that there are some potential in the near future to have a renewable energy project in Thailand. We set clear target that we going to achieve 12 gigawatt by year 2030 of 12 megawatt ครับ And also for other area, as I mentioned, the beyond is very, very open. So we think that the mega trend, the high tech, new technology such as AI and robotics, digitalization is very important for us. And we also already create some business from internal idea, internal innovation by our staff, such as we set up a drone company that can use drone to inspect pipeline, transmission, power pipeline, as well as some big infrastructure such as a flare stack, oil refinery, and also the submarine remote operating vehicle to inspect our main trunk line in the Gulf of Thailand. We also set up a joint venture to do as a system indicator for AI and robotics, as well as for the set up trading platform of we call renewable energy certificate, because in Thailand, in order to direct procure renewable energy from the producer, there still have some limitation in terms of the transmission line, so that you can fulfill by acquire some renewable energy certificate, and this money that you pay also bring back to the producer to support, to create more opportunity of there to invest in the renewable energy ครับ We also have a 3P pathway to achieve net zero carbon neutrality and net zero by 2060 ครับ The first one is we set clear target to reduce our greenhouse gas footprint. At year 2030, we have to reduce around 15% compared to baseline at the year 2020. We also set clear direction in terms of portfolio of green and renewable energy. And the last one is, last but not least, we set we have to partner up with nature and society. We are committed to reforestation project. We set up new target. It's around 2 million lai, equivalent to 300,000 hectares that we have to reforest, as well as the other potential business, CCU, CCUS, that under study and potentially have collaboration with Saudi Arabia. My last slide, this is the old business area that we would propose and would like to get all very open to have collaboration in terms of JV partnership and also cross-investment between two countries in the variety area, as I mentioned. Some are the very new thing for the country, such as metaverse or gaming also in our picture. But currently, we have very, very good relationship with Aramco in terms of crude oil and petrochemical supply and trading. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prasad. It's very interesting work. I see you have focus on innovation and digital transformation in your company, which is very much in line with the session's intent. Our next question is to Mr. Bandar Zahran. As you're aware, Saudi Arabia's manufacturing sector is a major contributor to Vision 2030. What is the transformation journey and ambitions for the Saudi manufacturing sector?
Thank you, Dr. Majid, for the question. As mentioned earlier today, every nation is created equal, but then there are some attributes that differentiate some nations from the other ones. Here in Saudi Arabia, we recognize that we need to be different. We need to act different. So the government created the Vision 2030 a few years ago, and all the sectors of the government started applying national strategies, national strategy for investment and national strategy for industry to bring forth the future vision into reality. Now, manufacturing is a big part of this revolution and advancement as a nation. So the Ministry of Industry and the ecosystem around the Ministry of Industry have started to focus on modernizing and applying the new innovative technologies and upgrading the industrial sector in Saudi Arabia. This is one of the main focus areas. The other focus area as well to accelerate the advancement of advanced manufacturing in Saudi Arabia is to partner and employ the existing technologies and build upon for the future of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bandar. Our next question is to Mr. Faraj Shahrani from Dusur. Can you give an overview of Dusur's role in the manufacturing ecosystem? And how can Dusur's investment help achieve the manufacturing ambitions in light of what Mr. Bandar just explained?
Thank you for the question. And I would like to welcome the Thai delegation and happy to see the business community from the private sector. I don't have slide to explain about Dusur, but I can summarize in 3 points. Dusur is Saudi Arabian Industrial Investment Company. It is owned by BIF, SABIC, and Aramco, and we invest in the promising industry as envisaged by Vision 2030. Second point, our partnership and investment model is built on partnership with a world-class partner, whether it's international or a local partner, and we go up to 50% equity in the joint ventures. And the third point is, so far, we have managed to deploy and invest around $3 billion in the last 3 years in many different sectors, including automotive, downstream chemical, aviation, as well as digital and advanced manufacturing. So we think that advanced manufacturing is very important. In Saudi Arabia, our shareholders, SABIC and Aramco, employ the predictive maintenance and Industry 4.0 in their operation, and all of our investment have embedded in them all the new industrial advanced manufacturing.
Thank you, Mr. Faraj, for giving this overview. And definitely, we know the role of Dissel in the ecosystem, and we've seen a lot of good initiatives that are helping the industry and the manufacturing sectors. Going back to Mr. Tamasak, what would you say is the impact of advanced manufacturing technologies on SCG's carbon footprint and supply chain efficiency and supply chain resilience?
Thank you. So, you know, advanced manufacturing is the key for the future industry competitiveness. For SCG, we define the advanced manufacturing into 3 dimensions. The first one, we are talking about how to make our process efficient, and this one has to be done by using the digital technologies and robot. So in SCG, for example, in chemical plants, we build up the digital twins of our chemical plants to do the simulation and optimization. This is the way to achieve the next level of the efficiency. And the very important thing is you cannot just rely everything on man or people. You have to put the robot. For our group initiative, we have the target to increase the robot density. Last year, we can achieve close to 200 robots per 10,000 workers. So this is something we are developing over the past 3 years. So increase the robot density in our workforce. We improve not only the cost efficiency, but also the accuracy. So that is the first part of the advanced manufacturing we are talking about. The second part is on to create the resilient supply chain. You know that we are living in a very turbulent world, and not only because of the external factors, but also because of the demand factors. I give you one example. Our packaging business have to cope with the demand for, e-commerce, like a big promotion. All of the sudden they order, not in the past, we are talking about 100,000 blocks per week. And all of a sudden they may ask for 5 million blocks per week. So how you cope with this kind of the fluctuation of the demands. And those who can adjust the supply chain and make it resilient will win. So instead of relying on, particular location or hub, we pull the whole ASEAN region into one integrated supply chain, redesign the supply chain to ramp up capacity on some debottlenecks node, and allow us to create a really resilient supply chain to cope with the demand. And luckily, it coped with the fluctuation of the lockdown in mainland China and so on and so forth. So second part of the advanced manufacturing, we have to address the supply chain resiliency, and this is, you have to totally redesign the supply chain. Third part is on the even bigger issue that we are facing is decarbonization. You really have to find a way to reduce the carbon emission, at the same time increase the productivity and production and revenues. So I just give you some example. We cannot just reduce the production, we have to increase the production. But the way that we are doing is instead of making a traditional Portland OPC cement, we make it low carbon cement. That means we can increase the revenue and reduce the emission at the same time. For petrochemicals, we are moving toward the green polymer where the carbon footprint will be negative. So that's kind of the green polymer we are talking about. Or the recycled plastic that advanced can be used as a virgin plastic. And this kind of new technology has to be employed into the production facility to achieve the advanced manufacturing. So basically, that's the 3 things we are doing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamasak. Very exciting work. I think this is very much in line with what we're trying to achieve in our national industrial strategy in the kingdom. Mr. Prasong, can you explain to us the most important advanced manufacturing technologies you're implementing in PTT, and what has been your experience with these technologies and the impact it had on your company's performance and operations and bottom line?
Thank you. I would share my experience with the predictive maintenance. This project is our internal idea created by our maintenance engineer, inspection engineer in our gas separation plant about 5 years ago. At the beginning, they applied some software package from outsource, and they try to gather all data, especially from rotating machines such as gas turbine, gas compressor, pump, and all process data. So they come up with, they have to configure, set algorithm, and try to identify and predict what is the health situation of our machine. You may have to imagine that in oil and gas, we operate as a long value chain because we have to receive natural gas from offshore, Gulf of Thailand, send the gas via pipeline to our gas processing plant. We separate ethane, propane, LPG for petrochemicals and also for cooking gas. And our ethane sent via pipeline to petrochemical, ethylene cracker. If we have unplanned shutdown, you have to imagine there is impact not only ourselves, but also our supplier, the gas producer in the Gulf of Thailand, the ethylene cracker customer have also to shut down or turn down their plant as well. So that the plant reliability is very, very important. So they come up with internal idea, use external software, but finally they realize and learn something. But finally, right now they try to build their own algorithm as well as their software. And from the impact to the customer, as I know from 5 years of this predictive maintenance project implement in our gas separation plant, they can prevent unplanned downtime. Total of the revenue that we can maintain, I mean, we don't lose for unplanned downtime, it's around 50 to 60 million US dollar. It's very impact because we just invest for the team, I think, and include that all of software implementation, not, I think, less than 2 or 3 million dollar only, but the return is very, very impact. And also, finally, I think last month, our board of directors just approved that we spin out this young engineer team to set up a new business and working at a startup company. Right now, they also already have external customer that interest in this kind of AI predictive maintenance model, so that not only improve our reliability, also they come up with create more future business. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Prasong. It's very exciting to see the applications of your technologies. You're using them for end-to-end optimization in your value chain, and even to unplanned events like shutdowns. So I think this is a really great applications of Industry 4.0 and advanced technologies. The next question is to Mr. Bandar Zahran. His Excellency, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources announced last year in October 2001 the initiative to transform 4,000 factories to become more automated and digitalized. What can you tell us about this initiative and how will it change the manufacturing landscape in the kingdom?
Thank you very much for this question. To answer this question in a very simple manner, let me give some background about manufacturing in Saudi Arabia. So we do have more than 10,000 factories in Saudi Arabia. This 10,000 factories, they contribute to more than 11% of the GDP. And the growth in the industrial sector is 10% per year. 85% of those factories are small and medium business. Hence, the need to make sure that this large number of small and medium businesses are agile and are profitable and are employing the latest technologies in their manufacturing. So the initiative that was announced by the minister is targeting this sector. By employing the right technologies, the fourth industrial revolution, the sensors, the automation, the smart AI application, and production line optimizations, the algorithms, the new technologies in sensing. This will upgrade the existing factories, and it will be applied to the new factories coming to the kingdom as well. That in itself will make the vision, the realization of the Vision 2030 much, much sooner, inshallah, and the rapid adoption of the new technologies. Another factor is not only the machine part, is the human part. A lot of these factories nowadays, they use lower skilled workers. But the education system and the ambition of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its population is to learn more about advanced technologies. So in order to prepare the environment for those young people who are going to graduate and come work in the factories, they need to work at a level that matches their work skills. So the other focus of that program as well is to upgrade the human skills required to operate the factories and the machinery and automation that are applied on those factories. This is the initiative that was announced last year.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Bandar. It's a very challenging initiative, and we can certainly find opportunities with our Thai colleagues in this initiative in advancing the industry and transforming the factories.
Yes, and we are very proud and happy that the Thai counterparts have already some experience in applying advanced technologies and automation and AI in their production.
Great, great, thank you. Our next question is to Mr. Faraj Shahrani. Mr. Faraj, how does the increasing adoption of advanced manufacturing technologies influence the trend of industrial investments in the kingdom and Dusser's investment portfolio?
Thank you for the question. It's very important that the manufacturing sector in Saudi adopt to the new trends in manufacturing and industry, and it actually influence the investment horizon. As example, for us in Dussur, we have recently embarked on a major innovation and additive manufacturing investment with the global US company 3D System, where we will establish this center to leapfrog in the next phase of manufacturing for the kingdom. And we hope to see more replication and more other example from the investment in Saudi, where it can come from the Thai side and international community to commercialize and do those investments in the kingdom.
Thank you very much. Definitely, 3D Systems is a great partner in helping the factories and 3D printing and prototyping spare parts. I know they have a lot of efforts, and I think this would be a great initiative and partnership, inshallah.
Sure.
With this answer, we conclude our session on advanced manufacturing technologies. I hope we can realize the benefits of advanced manufacturing technologies in both countries, and we can have fruitful collaboration between the two kingdoms. I would like to thank you first for attending this session, and I would like to give special thanks to our 4 distinguished panelists.
Thank you, dear panelists and moderator. I hope, our dear guests, you had a good time listening into this panel. I hope you had useful information that you can use in the future. And I am personally looking forward to this next panel, actually. It's going to be loaded, not just with information, but even the speakers in this panel, just as our previous panels, they are, experienced, they are well-spoken, they have so much information and so much to give and share with us today. Of course, this panel, our third panel, it will showcase some of the most notable world-class Giga projects in Saudi Arabia and in Vision 2030 as well. I'm sure you have heard of some of those Giga projects. So our moderator for this session will be Dr. Prinat Apirat from Thai MFA. Please put your hands together for her. And joining Dr. Apirat will be Dr. Manar Al-Nif, CIO of NEOM, as well as Engineer Abdullah Taiba, advisor from RCRC, alongside Dr. Kanit Sangskuban, Secretary General of Eastern Economic Corridor, and last but not least, from CP, Mr. Supachai Shirabanun, CEO of CP and Chairman of Digital Council of Thailand. Welcome, our dear panelists. Dr. Apirat, the mic is yours.
Yes, thank you. Before we start, though, I think we're looking for the clicker.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. As we wait,
is this your?
Yes.
You need it?
Okay, I think we found the clicker.
You found it?
If that's the
Wonderful,
clicker. Okay,
wonderful.
Wonderful.
Good luck. We look forward to this amazing discussion.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you to everyone, and thank you to our dear panelists for your flexibility and understanding about the timing. We'll be very quick in going through the presentations and the questions, and let me start with Dr. Manar. She's the CEO of NEOM. Dr. Manar, I give the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today, and we welcome the Thai delegation to be with us. Okay. So can you hear me better now? Is that better? I'll try to hold it. Maybe this is a much better way of doing it. I'm the CIO of NEOM, and I'd like to introduce you to the future city, which is NEOM and what we're trying to do. In a nutshell, NEOM provides a global opportunity where we are trying to redefine livability, where everything is looked at from the sustainability lens, where we will have 100% renewable energy throughout NEOM to power the residents as well as the industries, as well as we will be able to create an environment where everyone is welcomed and everyone feels equal. In parallel, we're trying to redefine businesses. And the way that we're doing this is we're starting everything from a blank slate. No legacy infrastructure. Everything is going to be focused toward the future and introducing new future solutions that will help the businesses to grow. And finally, we're trying to reinvent and introduce environmental factors. And simply, how are we going to be working in harmony with nature? Environmental prospects are going to be the main lens that will evaluate everything we're doing at NEOM. Our vision simply is to create something specifically focused to the future, a place where we're going to be able to attract the best talent from around the world that will be pioneering the most innovative ideas. So whenever you think about it, reintroducing livability, reintroducing businesses, and sustainability and environmental, this is a unique value proposition. In any projects around the world, if you think of these three things, can you start from scratch? Is everything focused on sustainability? Are you looking at it from an environmental lens? This is unique, but that's not all what we do about NEOM. NEOM is very different. The location of NEOM makes us very different. We are 4 hours from 40% of the world population. 13% of the world trade passes by us on a daily basis. And we have Africa, a continent next door to us that is green, and it is estimated that most of the construction in the next 2 decades is happening in Africa. NEOM will have its own set of regulation that is based on best practices from around the world that will allow businesses to grow and to develop. And when we look at this specifically, regulation is a major enabler for majority of industries. Look at it from a tech perspective. All of the tech companies, they would reach a bottleneck when it comes to regulation. And unless you introduce something different, they would have to rebrand themselves again. As well as pharmaceutical and healthcare company, regulation is actually a bottleneck for them. It's not an enabler. At Talent, we will provide a pool of talent because our vision is all about attracting people. We never said we want to be number one. We didn't say we're gonna get X amount of cash flow or margin or profit. We said our vision is about creating a place where we can attract the best talent from around the world. We provide a different menu of incentives, fiscal, financial, as well as regulatory incentives, tailored for each business to attract them. And finally, we are a platform for ESG. NEOM is the largest ESG initiative around the world, if you think about it. Simply, all the power that we're gonna have in NEOM is gonna be renewable, 100%. Our vision is all about the people, and we're creating a test bed to be able to challenge, introduce, validate, and test most of the regulation pertaining to ESG. We've identified a number of investment opportunities across 16 sectors in NEOM. These sectors represent the future, and we have outlined 150 investment initiatives. Each initiative is going to have hundreds of opportunities, regardless if it's direct investment, joint venture, or merger. For the sake of time, I'm going to stop over here, and we're happy to take any questions later on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Minar.
Great.
If I may now introduce Engineer Abdullah. He's the advisor for RCRC. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we've been put in a difficult spot to squeeze everything in a very short time, so I'll try to do this very fast. Until we get the presentation up, I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you about Riyadh and what's happening in Riyadh. It's a very ambitious and exciting journey that we're going through. Just for everybody to know that Riyadh has a very proven track record of growing. We started in the 1930s with the 50,000 people, where today we are 7.5 million people. And we did that with resilience and very great progress rate. Riyadh is a major driver for the economic growth simply because 25% of the population of Saudi Arabia lives in Riyadh as a result of 32% of the jobs being offered here and 44% of the KSA non-oil, non-government GDP. His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, has set the vision for us back in January 2021. And basically, let me read this out to you, which is basically sums the whole thing. Our target is to have Riyadh become one of the top 10 largest city economies in the world. Our target is also to increase the population from 7.5 million today to around 15 to 20 million in 2030. We also aim to have Riyadh become among the world's most prominent cities in terms of quality of life, tourism, and services. Now, so today we stand at 7.5 million people, with sitting on the as ranked as the 40th largest city economy, and we want to reach to 15 plus million people, and within the top 10 largest economy in the world. Now, as we've just heard during the whole day, I think sustainability is the way to go, and the way we look at sustainability in Riyadh, not only a program, it's a way of growth. So sustainability for us is the way that we're going to grow the city from all angles, in all activities, sectors, all economic sectors that we're going to implement the sustainability. And that's why we're structuring our sustainability program to look at the circular economy, sustainable use of resources, renewable energy, increase of green spaces, and environmental preservation. And more to come into that program. Now, let me talk to you very quickly about what is Royal Commission RCRC. Royal Commission is the ultimate authority in the capital of Saudi Arabia, and we are mandated to develop and implement the strategy of growth and development in Riyadh. We'll be working very closely with all the stakeholders and the government leaders and stakeholders in the city to implement those strategies and fine-tune the growth going forward. Want to give you a flavor, a mixed flavor of various projects that are happening in Riyadh, and very quickly go over that and give you some highlights on these projects to give you the flavor of these giga projects we're talking about. The first project is the Diriyah Gate, and you've seen some activities today about signing MOUs with the delegation. But the Diriyah Gate is supposed to be one of the most popular destinations to Saudi Arabia. It's all about heritage and history. That project will be contributing to the GDP of Saudi Arabia of 27 billion Saudi riyals, and it will be creating almost around 120,000 jobs. It will also include a very popular site that is a UNESCO heritage site, and I think it's called, let me just make sure that I pronounce it correctly, and it is Al-Tarif Historical District. Next project is what you call the lungs of Riyadh, and this is King Salman Park. This is basically being developed in the middle, the heart of Riyadh city, over an area of 16.7 kilometers. It will have plenty of green space, around 11.6 million square kilometers of green space. It will have real estate, retail, it will have arts, and a lot of activities, sports. But this thing has already started, it's being developed, and I'm sure that people who live in Riyadh can notice that space being developed. Another project, which is Giddiya, and this is the disruptive place for entertainment and attraction. And this place will be developed over 360 square kilometers. It will include 8 family-friendly theme parks. It will include the longest Formula One F1 track of about 7.8 kilometers. And it's supposed to be attracting 48 million visitors. Next initiative is the Riyadh Art. And basically what we're trying to do is trying to make Riyadh as a gallery without walls. So we're installing more than 1,000 public art installations from local and international artists. It will be supported by 10 supporting programs annually and 2 grand annual art festivals. This is in the angle of art and culture. When we come to the economic footprint, we're talking about this project, which is King Abdullah Financial District, KAFT. This is a development that is already up and running, over 1.6 kilometer of space, offering around 3 million square meters of mixed-use space, with a high-grade connectivity to Riyadh and state-of-the-art IT and state-of-the-art technology to facilitate modern business. And finally, King Abdulaziz project for Riyadh and public transport. This is the metro. Everybody asks about the metro and when it's going to start, and that's going to start soon. But this is one of the biggest, actually it is the biggest single project metro that's being executed simultaneously, building 6 lines across the city for the last 8-9 years, covering 176 kilometers and 85 stations. Those stations will be spread around the city, covering the the most populated areas, connecting King Abdulaziz Airport, King Khalid Airport from the north, all the way to Kaft and other populated areas. It will be supported with a bus routes of 80 bus routes and a network with 2,800 bus stops and covering 1,900 kilometers of roads to reach to the last mile. Let me finish by just mentioning that also we have a very important initiative that's called the Regional Headquarters Attraction Program for multinational companies, RHQ. This is being done in alliance with MISA, and the objective is to attract multinational regional headquarters to be hosted in Riyadh, giving them incentives as improved regulation, strong incentives, special economic zones, and other incentives. But the objective here is to make Riyadh as the area to attract regional headquarters. Since we started this program, the team has been successful in attracting 44 multinational companies, and more to come, and we're really very eager to make Riyadh as the center of business. With that, thank you very much, and I will give the floor to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Engineer Abdallah. Now that we've heard from two main projects from Saudi Arabia, we'd like to turn to the Thai side as well. And Dr. Kanit Sangsupan, he is the Secretary General of the Eastern Economic Corridor. He's also a member of the Monetary Policy Committee, as well as the National Economic and Social Development Board of Thailand.
Okay.
Dr. Kanit, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I know you guys are hungry, actually. But spare me with us. It took us 32 years for our relationship to come to this day. So that spare us at our panel. There's a lot of discussion here, very interesting. The two projects from Saudi Arabia is quite remarkable, quite remarkable. Actually, I believe that during the past 2 months and I'm working with the relationship with Saudi Arabia, things moving very quickly. What you have now is the normalization of the diplomatic relationship. The Crown Prince, at the meeting this morning, is talk about the Saudi Visions 2030 again, and repeat it again. We have today 150 delegates, never been this big before, from Thailand come to Saudi Arabia. And all of us has been pressed that we're gonna do the best for our relationship of the two countries. I think things moving quickly. And also what I found here is that it's not one-way relationship or one-way investment here. What we see, you guys, that we will help you to do the city as much as possible. At the same time, we expect to have some investment to Thailand as well. So that it's not that we request the investment from Saudi Arabia to Thailand, but it's exchange, the mutual exchange of the two countries. That's what needed. Actually, what I would like to see is that, okay, this is Thailand. Thailand is a gateway to Asia. We connected to China, we connected to Japan, we connected to India, to Europe, to Middle East as well. Through that kind of thing, one of the remarkable things is that we have 2 months ago, we have the cargo train from Thailand, from EEC, to China, not only to China, but to Russia and to Europe, by that high-speed train of Laos and China. Actually, EEC is considered to be the giga project from the Thai government. We took 3 provinces of around 1 million hectares, actually 1.3 million hectares to do the work of these provinces. In the first one, finished last year, we already invested around $50 billion committed. Around $20 billion is on the infrastructures, and around $20 billion is on the industrialization and industrial investment. Thank you to the BOI that has been presented this one. So they are the ones who work it. At the same time, we are on the phase 2. The phase 2 is expected to invest around 2.2 trillion baht or 65 billion US dollars for the next 5 years. In the next 5 years, what we're going to do here is that we have the automation, we have smart city, we have aviation, we have 5Gs, we have BCG as well. So that in the area of EEC 3 provinces, we promote in this kind of industry and the concept of circular economy. Anyway, in this phase 2, it's easier than the phase 1. We already have the Innovation Park or ECI. It's already up and running. We already have the genomic center for the sequencing, for the genomic, for 50,000 samples. And we are in the process to do the hospital and the medicine kind of factory. We do have 100% of 5Gs in the area. So that we can easily move to the automation, on the data business, those kind of things in the second phase. I think it will come true. Anyway, one of the good things is that we have EEC, as you said for your CSC, is that EEC and we have the special law governing that kind of operation. And at the policy committee, we have the Prime Minister as the chairpersons, and we have 14 ministers inside of that committee, meaning that whatever approved by the policy committee, normally we move forward to the cabinet, and as mostly they are approved. Never been the one. At the same time, when we do the promotion, we have the 28 kind of zone, the target industry zone. On this industrial zone, we use the BOI schemes that has been explained before. This is one of the things. But anyway, what's special to us is that we have another 7 zones or even more zones in the future to do the high technology zone. This kind of zone, for example, the ECI, as I said before, the digital park, the Ban Chang Tech Park, and EEC Medical Hub, that kind of thing. It's a special zone to collect the high technologies. And we do have the EEC promotion schemes onto that. And that kind of scheme is based on negotiation and mutually decides. You come to us and you talk about the investment, what kind of investment you want to do. Say tomorrow I'm going to go to the one investor from Saudi Arabia doing the marina and yacht club. So what kind of that investment will be? I've looked into it, and then do negotiation and design the package to fit them. Anyway, come to the last one. I have the feelings for the past 2 days that I have been here. I think it's a lot more other things we can do. They have some question asked what the area we should be work together in the future, as the Vision 2030 said so. One is the tourism. To EEC, we are working with the MISAS and NCPP to do the details to make things happen. Not only the planning, but try to matching the investor into the same, as I said, investing in Thailand and investing in Saudi Arabia as well. For tourist industries, I think the 3 points is there. We actually approved the special visas, and that's it. We will have the airline connected the 2 countries. Today, with the meeting, they said the Thai Airlines will connect Saudi Arabia to Thailand within the next 90 days. Everything will be complete. They will be the direct flight fluent at least 4 days a week. So that the other one is that they will fly to Phuket, they will fly to Bangkok, and they will fly to Pattaya as well. That's one of the things. The second thing that many people talking about is the healthcare. They have 3 kinds of healthcare here. One is a health checkup and medical treatment in Thailand and in Saudi Arabia. And the second one is the wellness network. Thailand is very good in one of the best wellness services, including rejuvenation, rehabilitation, and many companies come to this time. EEC also also designing the wellness network, and we're working on to it. On the medical techs, we have the digital hospital, we have the genomic sequencing, and we are going to set up many more facilities of that. The other one is the energies. We have the panel talk about the energies. PTT is here, Aramco is here. They have a side meeting, those and this. They will come up with a white paper. That's a good one. But anyway, in EEC, we have the plan to have the fourth phase of petrochemical industry in EEC. That is in Mataput for the Thai people, you know well. We will revitalize the petrochemical industry in EEC again. Now, the last thing before is that we're going to have the smart city. We already have the 2,500 hectares to do the special smart city and livable city. The land will be acquired this year, and next year onward is going to start on doing the building. So we have to learn more from you, and then we will give a talk on what we can corroborate on doing this. Thank you very much for having this one. But anyway, Kun Subhachai is here. He will talking about the last one with the digital industry. So I have presented this one to anyone in this room, and then you can collect the information. And this afternoon we have the EC reception room at the basement first. You can see us and you can see our team in that room this afternoon. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kenneth. Thank you. Well, we've certainly saved the best for last, and it's my pleasure to introduce to you Kun Supachai Derawanon. He is the chairman of CP Group, and he's also the chairman of the Digital Council of Thailand. Kun Supachai, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for having us here, and I really appreciate the very warm welcome of the kingdoms. And certainly this is my first time in the kingdoms of Saudi Arabia. I would like to start off by just quickly introduce our group of company. We are CP Group. Our visions is to be a leading tech and innovative conglomerate, providing food for both body and mind, and to create shared value and bring health and well-being for all. Again, this vision is very clear that we are driving our conglomerate into the more technology company going forward. Our values is 6 key core values. The 3 benefits, that means wherever we invest, the benefit of the countries come first, and then the benefit of the societies, and then the last is the benefits to the company. And that is how we operate our business sustainably. Second core values is the speed and quality. Third is simplifications. And fourth is accept change. The fifth is innovative. And sixth, and most important of all, is integrity and honesty. We operate in 21 countries around the world. We have 8 lines of businesses. But mainly our major business is in the food and agro, retail and distributions, and telecom and media, and then into the real estate developments. Our group turnovers have reached $90 billion US, with the combined enterprise values of $120 billion. CP Group certainly is, according to UNFAO, number 4 largest food company globally. And we are also extensively in the retail and distribution business. We are number 1 in Southeast Asia, and number 2 in the Asia Pacific, excluding China. We know that we have to go through these digital transformations, and we have worked very hard, and now we have the 2 tech unicorns under our belt. One is in the fintech area called True Money, and the others is True Digital's group, which is on the digital medias and IoT's cloud technology. We also moved ourselves into the plant-based protein source. Again, this is disrupting our own self, as we are actually mainly in the poultry and aquaculture. Certainly, Thailand is within the top 3 in almost every area in ASEAN or Southeast Asia, among the 11 other countries in the regions. And I believe that we actually are the #1 choice and a gateway for Southeast Asia, and perhaps one of the biggest gateway going forward for the Asia region, which is again one of the world economic engines for the next centuries or more. According to, again, Dr. Kanit and the EEC's visions, under the Thailand and also our Prime Minister visions, we know that the connectivity is very, very important. And Thailand is right in the middle of where we connect, our neighbors' countries, from Myanmar to Laos, Cambodia, China, Malaysia, for example. If we can be able to succeed these visions, which set forth in the next 10 years, if not by 2030, to actually connect not only the Eastern Economic Corridors, but the Northeastern and down to the southern part of Thailand, connecting Malaysia, for example. I'll give you the example. Thailand GDP, combining with Malaysia, is actually close to $1 trillion US dollars. So with all these connectivities for the next decades, we believe that Thailand actually could really become one of the global gateway for this region. This, again, I'm representing my colleagues' business, Thai business communities. We are very much into the PPP, public-private partnership. Our governments have demonstrated the openness and eliminating all these silos between the public and private sectors, and not only between the local business, but extending itself to the global business partnerships. And I'm really glad that we were actually at the point of having this partnership. I don't know how you call it. You could call it a regional economics partnership, like the kingdoms of Saudi Arabia. We take part in the EEC's building the high-speed rail system, which will connect Bangkok and all the ways to Pattaya and Utapao area. Again, this is under the visions of realizing the connectivities between Bangkok and Greater Bangkok. You know that the EEC zone and Bangkok and Greater Bangkok area contribute up to 80% of Thailand GDP. And Bangkok and Greater Bangkok itself have 15 million population, including those unregistered populations who work nearby. Combining with another 2 million in the EEC zone, we look to be able to build an EECs to actually host up to 5 million population, of which, again, migrating from different regions, but also migrating from Bangkok and Greater Bangkok area. So this economic zoning will be definitely the most important. And in the future, I believe that it will be the most important and contributing, the largest economic contribution to the whole economy. Again, this is not only that we are building the high-speed train in partnership with EEC, but we are also building the TODs, and that is the grand stations, and also building up these smart cities or smart towns along the economic corridors. For example, we have awarded under these concessions, under this PPP agreement, the developments of the Makkasan, which is about 50 acres of areas. We will be developing up to 2.5 million square meters of projects right in the center of Bangkok City. And then along the corridors here, we have the Cheung Sao stations. And we have the Chonburi station, Sriracha station, which is next to the Lam Chabang harbors, which are also extending into the third phase, and also right down to Pattaya and Utapao. All of this, we are already aggregating land over 10,000 acres, and joining also the government's developments in terms of real estate and township and the smart cities. So this is just one of the example of the Makassan projects. Again, the Makassan project combining with the high-speed rail projects is over 10 billion US dollars projects. In this case, we hope to be able to demonstrate one of the example of the smart living. This particular complex can host up to 300,000 visitors, hosting from tech companies to the tourism-related and also the mines as well as the cultural centers. Again, joining the visions of the countries and the EECs, we believe that, again, Thailand in itself can move towards becoming a tech hub for the region. So in this case, we are we are opening up our second phase of a digital park right in the center of the Bangkok. Altogether, we'll have a combine of 100,000 square meters for the co-working space. We already have more than 600 startups working in this area. And our target is to be able to work with 5,000 startups around the world and also in Thailand. The Tech Hub, including the health and wellness, we totally believe in the disruptions of the healthcare industry. The combine or the convergence of data connectivities, genomic sequencing, and certainly the hub and spoke, the preventive healthcare aspects of the healthcare industry could actually disrupt, combine it with food industry. Genomic, food, and data connectivities would disrupt the whole healthcare industry and create a massive preventive healthcare for the whole industry. So people can in the future can afford to actually have their genomic test annually and be able to understand how the foods can become the medicine and how actually they can actually live with longevities. So this is the area that we are very much committed to work upon. Not only building the preventive healthcare hub and spoke concept throughout our retail businesses, but also building the medical centers. There are 2 medical centers project we are building at the moment in Bangkok area. This is just one of the examples for the health tech in terms of preventive healthcare. Right now we have around 500 doctors online working with the retail area as hub and spokes. Right now we have around 40,000 MAUs in terms of people getting the consultation and medical support online. Definitely, Thailand is an ideal place to really become one of the world food security. We are basically largely in the food industry, and there are a lot of room for Thailand to continue to thrive and create productivities and be able to also added values for the food, as I mentioned earlier, for health and for food technology, and into the industrializations of the agro industry, transforming it into the smart farming. And certainly we look to learn much more from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I think you invested vastly in this area and also in other tech area. In terms of people readiness, CP Group have employees of 450,000 operating in 21 countries. We plan to open up our ecosystem and actually launch a so-called CP universities, so people can learn academically online, but work on the ground within our ecosystem. So with that, we will take part in terms of building the next generation workforce, including the future workforce. Thailand startup ecosystem, and this I speak on behalf of the Digital Council a little bit. I'm the chairman of the Thailand Digital Council. We believe that out of many works we are pushing in terms of Thailand transformation, startup is most important and very key to industry transformation and economic transformation. I'll give you the example. Thailand just recently unlocked the capital gain tax. But before that, the capital gain tax is 20%. But all the VCs around the world actually are looking for return from 15 to 18%. With the capital gain tax of 20%, they actually have nothing. So most of the Thailand startups and regional tech startups, they all move to Singapore, or they all move to Hong Kong or London, for example. But from this point on, we actually will be gaining a lot of investment over and the registrations of the tech startup in Thailand. Our goal is in the next 2 years to move from 1,000 startup to 10,000 startup, which will create 500,000 jobs in the tech area, and also attracted investment around 20 billion. Let me end my presentation at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, if I may just ask a quick round of questions to each of the participants. Dr. Manari, if I could please start with you. I think a lot of our Thai investors are very much interested in investing in NEOM, as well as our CRC. But first with NEOM, if you could please tell us which projects are ready for investment right now, and if you could also please touch upon ESG at NEOM, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be very quick and brief again for the sake of time. As I mentioned, NEOM is an opportunity to build the future. So we're definitely looking for partners from around the world that is as interested as we are and as passionate as we are in making a difference in building the future. We've identified around 16 different sectors in NEOM. All of these 16 different sectors, we require investment, starting from developing the infrastructure as well as the software to build an entire ecosystem. We've outlined around 150 investment initiatives. As I mentioned earlier, each of these initiatives are having multiple different investment opportunities. If I speak at high level, in healthcare, you're starting from the basic infrastructure of primary, secondary, tertiary healthcare facility, to wellness center, to centers that would reverse, example, the diabetes reversal and looking at it, to pharmaceutical manufacturing, to actually the tech-savvy healthcare aspect of developing digital assets. The same apply for tech and digital, the same apply for mobility. Each of the sectors we've identified, we've created a vision that's groundbreaking, that's gonna differentiate this sector from anything else around the world. We're gonna be very focused on delivering on that vision, and we're looking for partners from around the world that will be able to deliver that with us. On ESG, I think so this is a very unique value proposition. During the pandemic, surprisingly, that 88% of companies around the world started focusing on environment and putting a ticket around reducing their carbon footprint and being ESG compliant. And no surprise that majority of these companies have put a commitment to gender diversity as one of their ESG. And I don't think so this is ticking the item. What we're looking and what we're presenting in NEOM as ESG is the full spectrum of ESG integration. As I mentioned, NEOM is the first city globally that's going to be powered by renewable 100%. So that's your first item. It's a place where everyone is welcomed, everyone is equal, and our vision is about attracting the best talent that want to make a difference. It's not about making profit, it's not about being number 1, number 10, it's about the people. And finally, it's creating a platform because we have no legacy infrastructure. We have nothing that will say this is a hurdle, will not allow us to move. We're starting from a blank canvas. We can introduce the right regulation, the right governance for ESG, where you will be able to use NEOM as a test bed to develop these regulations, these standards, standardize them across the world and take them forward. Today, when you speak about ESG, there is no nation around the world that is able to tackle it because of the G part. There is multiple standards and not a unique way of looking at them. This is what differentiates us. NEOM is making the impossible possible. It's a very challenging mission and a vision that looks at the future in 50 years, but how are we as a people going to start addressing these challenges today to solve the future in 50 years?
Thank you, Dr. Manar. Engineer Abdullah, similarly for RCRC, what is the city's overall appeal for investors, and which sectors should investors be on the lookout for? Please.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'd like to be brief here, but it's a similar situation like NEOM. We are growing. Riyadh city is growing from 7.5 million people into more than 15 million people, and almost quadrupling the economy in less than 10 years. Now, instead of going into each of the sectors, I just wanted to reflect to you how we're thinking about growing the city. What are the fundamentals of the strategy that we're growing the city? So there are some pillars for us that we have to look at. Pillar number one is about growing the economic footprint of the city, which means that we look at the existing economic sectors, look at ways how to facilitate and how to expand on existing economic sectors, and then look at the other sectors that are not available, which is new. We look into like biotechnology, like artificial intelligence, like all the future. So this is another set of economic sectors. Now that by itself, it will attract a lot of investment into the new technologies and supporting the existing. Second pillar is about talent. To grow this economy, we need to look at the right talent to fuel this kind of economic growth. Whether it is an existing talent that we're grooming and educating, or attracting from outside, which means that it will basically spill over with opportunities in terms of education, real estate, retail. And the third pillar is livability. And this is where we're trying to make the city livable. We put the investment of attraction, retail, entertainment, heritage, arts, and you see all of these kind of projects. So this is the idea. And finally is the spatial planning. We're trying to look at Riyadh and to remaster plan the whole city, which means new infrastructure, smart city components, renewable, and we do all of that with a sustainable manner. So instead of, if you think about this methodology of thinking, you will start thinking of what are the opportunities to be created. With that, I will just leave it at that, and if I'm sure we'll pick the discussion between both of our delegation at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Abdullah. I understand Dr. Manar has to leave in about 5 minutes. So if I may, Dr. Kinnett, just very, very quickly, we heard both from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and also projects from Thailand. How do you think we can link and connect the two? And what would be next? Which sectors can we start cooperating immediately?
Yes, I will be short. Actually, this is a kind of information transfer from your city to what we're going to do. But anyway, as I observed for the past 2 months that we have been working with the Saudi Arabia side, it's like the level of the water. Some of the area Thai has a higher level, for example, on the tourist industry for manufacturing. So if you have the good pipe, so that will be level up in the near future, right? At the same time, you have the high level on energy, on energies and alternative energies on Saudi Arabia side. Thailand just start doing something so that if you have a good pipe, so that kind of level will come in. So that is come to the point that we have to work with MISAR, to nail down the project like this. Who was the real investor? And Khun Sanan has to help us too, pass the Chamber of Commerce and pass our audience, 50 strong Thai delegates, trying to find the matching up of those investors that you can do. And then we try to level up the two things and look after what they can invest. So that's a way to do. I think, as I said, we have been, for the past 2 months, we have come this far. I should say this is the quickest process that we have learned before. So that I hope that in the next couple of months, we can come up with a good solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And Kun Supataika, you're here with two hats today, both at CP and as well as the Digital Council of Thailand. From your perspective as the chairman of CP Group, how important is the tech ecosystem and digital transformation for both Thailand and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? And from how can the Digital Council of Thailand help develop digital business in Thailand? Thank you.
Again, I'm very excited of this Two Kingdoms partnership. And definitely, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have invested a lot in the technological area, not only in the region, but globally. Thailand will definitely be able to learn a lot, as well as taking part in contributing into technology. We hope that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can actually also look at Thailand as a possible tech hubs to invest and develop together. And the two economies can actually grow together and be able to realize the benefits not only for our two kingdoms, but also for our role as regional players for the two major regions, Thailand connecting to China and the rest, Saudi Arabia connecting to Africa and the Middle East. I think among these bipolar economic powers and geopoliticals that we are going through, this is actually one of the world's best news, that we have the two kingdoms start actually working together. And I hope that not only in the Giga projects areas, of which is again very interesting to see both ECs and also the cities of Riyadh, but in many other areas. So I'm very, very excited. Certainly, I think that the Thai Chamber of Commerce will play very important roles from the private sector, ECs and the Board of Investment. And again, great thank yous to the Royal Highness of Saudi Arabia, the Ministers of Investment, and also our Deputy Prime Minister.
Okay, thank you very much. And I very much would like to thank all our panelists today for your very interesting presentations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Apira, thank you for moderating this session, and many thanks to our dear panelists as well. So, to this, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded our panel sessions. However, we would love to see you back here for the B2B and B2G meetings around 3 o'clock exactly, right here at this hall. But for now, I think it's the time for a lunch break, don't you think? Yes? Okay. Lunch will be held on the B1 floor, just underneath us. So lunch is on the B1 floor, and then we'll meet back here at 3 o'clock for the B2B and B2G meetings. See you here at 3 o'clock. Thank you for your attention.
Two kingdoms. Thailand, a rich, luxuriant country, prosperous and promising. Saudi Arabia, modern and authentic, offering endless opportunities. Imagine dynamizing our common ambitions. Today, it has come true. We both have deep historical cultures, opulent touristic destinations, we both safeguard our environments while building happy and flourishing nations with the same inspiring wishes for better tomorrows.